Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is stream 3382 here on the 30th of December. Playing, well, not playing, but maybe some later games later on. But right now, just chatting the end of the year tier 25 edition of OBG. I am your host, Brian. Hello. It's time to do that thing that we've never done before, chat. And that is... It's good to have good posture. It's... Sorry. Well, good thing I wasn't speaking as I was fixing my chair here. Alright. Anyway, welcome back. It is time to do a thing we've never done before, and that is talk about the games that, well, not we, but I play over the course of the year on the streaming year, and rate them, because my opinion matters. Well, it doesn't really, it doesn't really matter at all, more than anyone else's, but I thought it might give opportunity to, like, have some people talk about some games.
When the war of the beasts brings about the world's end, the goddess descends from the sky.
It's so bad.
Wings of light and dark spread afar.
Shut up.
She guides us
Genesis.
to bliss. Her gift everlasting.
Easily the worst part of Final Fantasy VII not Dirt Cerberus. What was that called? Reunion or whatever. Anyway, Ever Crisis. No, shit. God, that game is like 3 different names. Final Fantasy VII. Was it before Crisis? Crisis Core. Crisis Core. That was the game. Yes, that whole entire Loveless subplot. Yes. Sorry. The spin-off Final Fantasy VII games have so many names. I cannot keep track of them. Anyway, hi. The fourth one. Actually, Final Fantasy VII Original. Then Final Fantasy... Well, okay. I'm trying to remember what order those games came out in, because I think after...
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
I'm gonna get the games in the right order, maybe, possibly. But anyway, what's up, SR? What's up, Adok, Saltius, Cadrian? Evan, how you doing? Red, Camaro Girl. I think I saw, that's all I saw today. Anyway, hi. So yeah, no, we're gonna just chillax today. And just talk about the games that were featured on stream over the past year. I'll go over like why some games are kept off, or some games are on there you might not see on stream, and also my attempt to rationalize my reasoning for picks of where they go, and to let you know why it is objective reality and why no other list matters. Before we do that, though, real quick. Let's look at the schedule here for the rest of the week. Hi, Rick Song. The OBG Awards E3 sweep. Well, I only have like one, I don't have like category. I just have like a tier, I'm using like, tiermaker.com for this. And I've been keeping a tally of every game that I've played on there as well.
That was how he acquired a taste for blood. So that's why they call him Vamp. No, Vamp isn't for vampire. It's because he's bisexual.
Unfortunately, the only Metal Gear Solid game on there is 5, but we'll see how I rate that one.
Now, show me something truly exquisite.
Yes, I will. The schedule. Today is tomorrow's New Year's Evil. Today is end of the year tier, and then if we have any time left over, we're gonna jump more into Look Outside. I have no idea if I'm gonna beat that game. I feel like we're at the end of that game, maybe, but it just keeps on going, which I'm fine with because that game is awesome. But anyway, regards to that, tomorrow will be New Year's Evil.
You're all diamonds.
Aw. New Year's Evil. We're going to be doing some Umbrella Chronicles. First time I ever played that game before. I'm even going to use my standing desk, so it's going to be quite the adventure for everybody involved. Because I'm going to stand and deliver. And then on Thursday, we're going to jump back into non-horror stuff by continuing this game we started in our horror month. Infamous. Probably going to beat the first game and then jump directly into the sequel. Is Umbrella Chronicles a sequel to Parasol Stars? I don't believe so. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's about it. I'm looking forward to moving on from a horror month and getting back into some more non-horror things. Though I've been considering possibly doing a another playthrough of Look Outside. I don't know. It's so good. I kind of want to see a different like playthrough of it, but standing deck. I'm sorry, what, Taylor? I'm sorry, what? To look outside January, yeah. But there are other long RPGs I want to play, so it's well, I think I guess a subsequent playthrough of Look Outside would not be as long, probably. So, yeah. No, it's been very good. But we'll see how it goes. But I guess honestly, without further ado, let's get to the list. And the first thing I'll do is I'll kind of show you like what my rankings are in terms of like what a game could possibly get, and kind of like my idea of like where things go. And also, I've been very vocal about certain games over the course of the past year, but over the past like week of trying to like in my mind figure out how I want to do this. Also, hi Neon, how you doing? Hey Sailor, hey Rig Song, all that. I might come to conclusions that might even surprise me here. All right, because I might honestly reevaluate things on the fly. So it might not be a foregone conclusion that a game that I was saying is my game of the year for the past like year might not be there, because it might not meet the criteria of certain aspects that I think matter more for how this list is going to go. In that I have to balance both my own personal preferences versus I think an amount of like objectively what I think is good versus what is bad, and kind of balancing that. So we'll see. Anyway, without further ado, over to the list. All right, so here we are over on OBG's 2025.
I'm a shield for Rosaria, and I will do my duty.
Our streams playlist, stream/play. So first and foremost, this will be a collection of games that were definitely played, almost all of them on stream. Any games that were played on stream but were not included here might not be included because I might not have played enough of it, I feel, to kind of like get a feel for it. For example, I thought I would finish Sleep Awake like 2 days ago, but I didn't. So we're not going to include Sleep Awake here because I don't think I can get a game a fair assessment. There are also games on here you might have seen, you might not have seen at all on stream, and that is because I did it off stream. I'm trying to be better about playing games for myself, chat, and not like saying to myself, all right, I want to beat Metaphor. Okay, cool. That's a 130-hour-long playthrough. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Definitely. I'm currently playing some games right now off stream that I'll probably do for next year too. So yeah, if I don't do Sleepawake again, I'll probably play it on my own, and I'll definitely include it. Yes, and there's definitely stuff there. And also, there were a few games I played on stream this year that I played before, and then like I don't need to include those. Like for example, the majority of the Metal Gear Solid games I played those before. I know where I put those, but they weren't really first playthroughs. And there are games off stream I've not completed yet. So like I'm currently playing through. What am I playing through right now? Off stream, Ninja Gaiden Black, off stream. Do I have the Outer Worlds 2 on here as well? Did I play enough of that to like actually? I think I played enough of that to rate that, honestly. I might include it. I think I'm like halfway through that one. I might include it. It might be both. It might be split for this year, last year, whatever. It's my own list. I can do what the hell I want. Yeah, I mean, I play a lot of Epic 7. Epic 7 is just a Vice game, all right? That doesn't go on this list here. It doesn't go there. Like we did a night of like, 7 Rebirth because I was like doing like a key for it. I didn't include it here because I played before. So yeah. So this right here I think is the distilled amount of new games or games that were old to me and that in that playing them again for the first time felt new, or games that I finally beat this year. So, yeah. Balatro was last year, or this year. Yeah, it was. It was here. Wasn't it? Yeah, I played Balatro this year. Yeah. Yep. I did play the on stream Ring Song. I did. So yeah. So the games in that we include here are Corpse Killer, Fear the Spotlight, Flathead, Liminal Core, Me-Side, Mouthwashing, Moving Houses, Rotten Flesh, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Slitterhead, Still Wakes the Deep, Chem Factory, Pacific Drive, ZZZ, Balatro, Etrian Odyssey 3, Graveyard Keeper, Unsighted, Warriors of Abyss, Blueprints, Ninja Gaiden Black, Ninja Gaiden 2, South of Midnight, Expedition 33, Factorio, Monster Hunter Wilds, RimWorld, Subnautica, First Berserker Kazan, Death Stranding 2, The Altars, Desktop Survivors 98, Jump Ship, which was a demo, so we'll see about that one. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Gobbler, Keep Driving, Operation Tango, Final Fantasy VII's 4 through 6, The Drifter, Onimusha 1, Onimusha 2, Onimusha 3, Onimusha 4, Unimamuse, Vending Dokkan, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, Full Throttle, Fretless, The King is Watching, Gears of War Reloaded, Suikoden, Elden Ring, Night Rain, Chronos, Elden Ring Night Rain, Chronos New Dawn, Hell is Us, Silk Song, Metaphor, Hades 2, Final Fantasy Tactics, Evil's Chronicles, Megabong, Absalon, Ball Pit, Mortal Sin, Ghost of Yotei, Outer Worlds 2, Drive Beyond Horizons, Dispatch, Where Winds Meet, Visage, Eclipsium, Out of Sight, Ludo, Dead Take, Silent Hill F, Monument Valley 3, Routine, Isla, Unpacking, Look Outside, Her Story, and Infamous. Huh. I think that is overall a very good view of the games that were played this year, either on or off stream for me, and thus I'll be tiering them. The tier list itself up here goes from wish it wasn't free to play. I'm guessing you can guess what games will go on there. F, D, C, B, A, S, double S, triple S, and Game of the Year. No Pragmata demo? Nah. I mean, honestly, all right. I could rate the Pragmata demo. It's very, very good, but all right. You know what? If I'm not going to do the Pragmata demo, maybe I shouldn't do the Jump Ship demo, honestly. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do the Jump Ship demo then, if I'm not doing the Pragmata demo. Yeah. I mean, also the Jump Ship, it was also the early access build, too. I don't know. We're not going to do Jump Ship. We'll skip Jump Ship. So yeah, the way I have attempted in my mind to kind of like gauge this whole entire list here is there's two cups, if you will. The cup of how much did I like this game, and which can go straight from F to Game of the Year for me. And the other cup is objectively, I think I can be objective and say, hey, this game is either like well made and should be high up the list towards Game of the Year, or F. And I will attempt to combine these and maybe give some type of like, median score, if you will. Because I know there's definitely many games on this list that I can say that game is poo-poo diapers, but I fucking loved it. So, So I think for me, a game that I feel is going to be high up the list here, like in the S tier and above, is a game that I think both that I really liked and a game that I think works very well. Granted, that probably makes a bit of a bias, but whatever. Screw it. It's my list. And I think that once we kind of get into... It's Epic 7. Epic 7 is not on the list. It's not here. That game isn't a game. It's a vice, okay? So once we kind of like, you're more obligated to put pay to play games, an S tier or higher though, depending on the audience, of course. What was it? PGP? You mean like or you mean like mobile games? Is that what you mean? Patreon game picks. Oh, I mean, look, You would think, yes, I would do that. I would say, oh, yes, thank you for having me play this game, Patreon. It's an S tier pick. No, I will give you an honest opinion of a game. Grant, I don't think, all right, straight up, full transparency, I cannot think of a single time where a Patreon picked a game where I went, crap, I don't want to play that. And after we played it, I'm like, God, I'm glad that's over. There might have been games where I'm like, I don't think that'll be good for viewership, but I think by now, guys, you know that like when it comes to like my enjoyment of games, I have a very wide breadth of tastes, right? I like character action, long ass JRPGs, obtuse like you know story games, horror, walking sim, RT. Like I like everything, right? As long as it's good. Obviously, I have my preferences for certain genres, but I like everything. And I live a life where I think it's I think it's not worth it for me to play a game and like look for reasons to not like it, or honestly with any piece of media, to like watch a TV show, read a book, watch a movie, to look for reasons to not like it. I think that is such a very sad existence. Not that I'm saying criticism is not a thing you can do, but there's people who will just kind of sit there and just like their personality is hating things. And I'm not saying I'm a perpetual like glazer of things, but I think it's much more healthy for my mindset to enjoy a piece of media, a piece of art, and look for the things that work and I liked, and cherish it and enjoy it for that, as opposed to just saying, that sucked because blank, and then disregard any of the good aspects of it. So I think in that regard, I tend to like things more than probably most people. And I hope that really drives the point home. When I don't like something, I'm telling you, like, objectively, that game is bad. All right, it's bad. Yeah, you should hate it too. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think, again, in terms of Patreon picks, fuck you. Look, I can find good things about Visage, okay? But yeah. We'll talk about it when we get to it, of course. And I think also when it comes to, once we start approaching like the S tier, double S, triple S, and Game of the Year, this to me are games where like this is like there is an aspect of this game that's like a pinnacle of like gameplay, or a pinnacle of storytelling, or a pinnacle of like presentation, right? So if a game has like immaculate gameplay but like kind of blah story and music or graphics, then S tier. If a game is like has bad graphics, I feel, or all right, I guess I should describe what presentation means. Because I think gameplay is gameplay, story is story, but presentation can be, to me, oftentimes will mean like music, but also can mean like a good like visual style, good art, right? This is a way for me to give Silksong a pass, because I didn't really vibe with its music all too much. Anyway, so presentation is a kind of like an amorphous thing of like, did it have good graphics, or to have a good like music to help aid in like the gameplay or the story, because there are some games where like I think the graphics are whatever, but immaculate music, or vice versa, and I didn't want to put a triple S tier for that regard. So those things get lumped into one. All right. But anyway, and I guess what it comes down to, I don't think what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at a single game here. I don't think we're going to look at a single game here and go, oh yes, this game right here, plop, Game of the Year. I think what's going to happen is we're going to have games. I'm going to like put it on the list here and say, all right, the further to the left it is means the closer it is to the tier above it. So whatever ends probably at the end of this, the leftmost on triple S will be my Game of the Year. Straight up. Yep. So yeah, that's about it. But without further ado, let's begin. Also, it's cold. I'm going to turn up my heater on. Or higher anyway. It has been the icy winds of Northrend today. No, retro graphics can work. Absolutely, Scan. And plus, if I'm like, if an older game is on this list, I'm gonna definitely take into account like when it was made. When it was made, I'm not gonna look at like, you know, I don't know, what's an older game? Onimusha and go, not photorealistic. Get out of here. Meant to be photorealistic, isn't. Garbage. All right. So, what's interesting is that because I put off the horror month last year, we actually have 2 horror months to go through this year, which was January and also December to Dismember. But anyway, let's continue on, shall we? All right. First and foremost, what are summer horror games from January? Corpse Killer. Corpse Killer was an FMV shooting game, which I believe was a Patreon pick from Taco Ball, and that game definitely exists within the realm of this game was not good. I wouldn't say it's an F, but it's not average, and I don't think it was even good for when it came out. However, I did like it though, because I think when it comes to these kind of FMV games, and that tier, when they're cheesy, they work very well. And it was very cheesy, and that's about it. It was very cheesy. I didn't actively hate myself. Yeah, no, it was cheesy. I enjoyed it. It had some actually really fun moments. It was, so I would say Corpse Killer is a C. Is it the highest C? Probably not, but that's where it goes. I liked it a decent amount, so it goes into, well, is it C? Do I like it? All right. All right. It's not an F, but it's not an A in likability. If it's a B in likability for me, or is it a C in likability for me? It'll probably be a low, it'll probably end up being a low C, I imagine. I imagine it'll end up being a low C. Yeah. It'll probably end up being a low C, closer to a D probably, but not enough. Gameplay. All right. Anyway, I got it. Yeah, we can't be dwelling on every single game here, but anyway, Fear the Spotlight. Fear the Spotlight was a actually, can I scroll? Can I? Ooh, that's actually. There we go. Sorry, I realized I can zoom in here. All right, Fear the Spotlight was a Blumhouse game, kind of like it was a do puzzles in like in an environment, you know, escape room type puzzles, Silent Hill type puzzles, kind of cutesy, had a cool like PS1 kind of aesthetic to it. Overall, I thought it was a very solid game. I wouldn't say it's like gonna like, you know, it wasn't like changing like, you know, the genre, but I think solidly made. I think if you enjoy horror games, but don't want too many spooks, Fear the Spotlight definitely had some fun aspects to it. Also, the monster chase sometimes was literally a spotlight, which was a fun thing to try and escape, and a fun plot line. So I think that game goes to a B. I think it might be a mid-tier B overall. Flathead. Flathead is one of those like $3. Your character is in a single space, and you kind of like interact with like a contraption, and if you interact with the contraption wrong, you get jump scared. I've seen good versions of this game, of that kind of game. Flathead is not one of them. F is not one of them. Its saving grace is that it was $3. So, could not recommend. Very sorry. I don't know what you call this kind of games. Contraption games. Like, honestly, it feels like it comes F for Flathead, yeah. Like, it feels like it exists in the same space as, like, maybe Five Nights at Freddy's. Where, like, again, your character's in a single spot. You're interacting with the contraption to not get jump scared. So those games can work. Flathead did not, unless I was playing it wrong, but I don't think I was. So, because it made no attempt to kind of tell me how to play it. So, and figuring out how to play a game can be fun, but when you're trying to figure out how to not get jump scared and then end up getting jump scared over and over and over again as you're trying to learn the game, that kind of kills the game, as we'll find out later. So yeah, Flathead, get out of here. Next up, Liminal Core. Liminal Core is a experience. I, in theory, find the idea of back rooms, liminal space horror to be quite terrifying. Has there been a game to capture that? No, because I don't think video games, honestly, can be a good medium for it overall. I'm going to try more of these, but Liminal Core was not it. So, is it worse than Flathead? No, it's not worse than Flathead. Not worse than Flathead, though. So, it has got that one going for it. Yeah, no, more I think about it. Again, liminal space and backrooms horror is, I think, can be quite terrifying. But it's more of like a thought experiment horror. It may be more, maybe it works in a book, perhaps, but in a video game, I think if you're doing a walking sim, again, I never mean walking sim in a bad way, but walking sim in a horror game, a liminal space kind of game, when you start having jump scares, it goes against the ethos of liminal space, right? So, I guess this game exists in a space where if liminal horror really gets you, I guess it works, but it did not for me, and it's hard for me to even recommend it. So unfortunately, Liminal Core gets down an F. Unfortunate. All right, Me-Side. Oh my god, Me-Side is amazing. Me-Side is probably one of my favorite horror games to come out in the past couple of years. Extremely inventive, meta in that it is about video games. It has great jump scares, great characters, had a very fun visual style. I think the game is actually going to update where it's actually now voiced as well. Honestly, had the best jump scare that I've experienced in the past couple years. Truly amazing. It's amazing. It really is. Highly recommend. It's not too it didn't give me dread in terms of horror games, but it was still a very fun ride and good jump scares, good writing. Do I think it goes into S tier in terms of it had good graphics, music was whatever though. Do I? Yeah, no, it's a short experience. It has replayability, I believe. It gets it. All right, you know what? Honestly, Me-Side's our first S. Honestly, it is. I don't think it's going to be high up in the S's there. Well, maybe it will be. I don't know. Me-Side is now that's actually voiced. I need to play it again. Honestly, it's so good. It really is. It good jump scares, good setting, just good it just works. It really it's just a smart, fun game. It works. Definitely suggest you guys check it out if you enjoy horror games. Honestly, it's just a good story too. It's just fun. It's a good metagame, and yeah. That's where that one goes. Yeah, it definitely does not overstay its welcome in the slightest. It's just long enough, I think, overall. It's very good. Mouthwashing. Oh. Mouthwashing is heavy, to say the least. It's so heavy. But I did enjoy it a lot. But man, that's one of those games I'm like, oh, good game. Glad I played it. Never again, please. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like when I watched Hereditary, Midsommar, excellent movies. Loved him for the horror. Never again. Please God, no, never again. My heart can't take it. Yeah. So it definitely actually instilled in me a few moments of dread. There was a segment in there we were being chased, but the chasing mechanics were very well done. In that, to describe it a little bit, there's a section where your character is just running on this grid, like a block of grids, right? And there's a giant centipede type creature chasing you. but like when you're walking around, it would poke around a corner and then wait a second and then kind of rush at you, but going in a single straight line. So you had a chance to kind of get out of the way. And I thought that was a very clever way to have a very effective chase sequence without it being like, just like, well, I messed up going on a turn, now grab me. It was a very good chase. If you guys know me at all, when it comes to like horror games, I don't like chase sections usually, because I think most developers just do it wrong, in that if you need to make the player feel like they're going to caught, but never actually really catch them. But of course, if you make the player realize that, then it loses all scariness. It's a very hard thing to do, I feel. I think the only game's really done it well was like maybe the first Outlast at parts. And I'm also never a big fan of like sections of horror games where enemies is kind of like, you know, change. That's all good. I'll try not to like do too many spoilers for these games. I'm never a big fan of games that like have sections of game where like an enemy chases you, like just it's a consistent chaser, right, as opposed to a chased section, because it just again, I don't find it scary. I find these sections to be mostly annoying, because like typically in these games, sections of games, you have something to do, and I find trying to do the thing to be annoying. I'd rather just be more hand sculpted jump scares, opposed to like an ever-present thing chasing you and just getting away. Because the moment it starts catching you over and over again, all the horror's gone. Mouthwashing didn't do that. It relied more on its creepiness and its story, and it definitely has a creepy story. It definitely does. Very depressing, extremely depressing. Honestly, Neon, if when you're being chased by something like a consistent chaser in a hunt section in a horror game, you know what? It is a shitty escort. It is a shitty escort mission. It's what it is. It's what it is. A shitty escort mission. But anyway, mouthwashing. Shit. No, it was very good. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen people's reviews of this game when they have chronic pain and illness, and definitely this game means different things to different people. So, and I think if I had not seen, like, for example, the review of this game from, for example, Stephanie Sterling, they had a very interesting view on it that made me go, man, like, how chronic pain warps your reality is kind of like a big part of this game's about, and that's not something we see a lot. So it was very good writing. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Wasn't S tier though for horror? I feel like I'm getting a lot of S tiers. I'm sorry. I mean, I love the graphics. I really did. Music was whatever. Writing was good. But I think it's like the pinnacle of what it was doing. I think A for now. I'll think about it. I think A for now for that one. It didn't like I liked it a lot, and I recognize, well, all right, maybe this way. Would I prefer most horror games to be of that quality? Of Mouthwash's quality? Yes. In that regard, it goes A. It goes S tier then. There we go. There we go. That's maybe that's another way for me to kind of do I want most things to be of at least that quality? Yes. Immediate S tier. So there we go. It's an example. Not the same material, of course, but quality, yes. It was very well made. So, okay. Anyway, moving on. Moving Houses was a cute little yeah, more games would be better if they took more lessons from the game. I mean, maybe not from like their developers who kind of like seem okay to like, you know, all right, we're gonna probably get a little more. We're getting more. All right, real quick. I'm not the biggest fan of the developers or publishers themselves who seem to be fine to kind of like let a toxic aspect of the community of that game fester, but we're talking about the games themselves, not the developers themselves. So anyway. Moving Houses was a cute little horror game where the moving house. Yeah, this is the one where your character is moving houses in, and as you're moving things in and out of the house, it started getting spooky and all that. And it was cute. I like that. And there was some, like, you know, I think some poltergeist moments where you turn around, turn back, everything's all messed up. It was cute. Yeah, I think it was fine. I think it had some okay jump scares. I think this one, honestly, maybe for what it was, went on too long. Though the song at the end was a banger, though. I did enjoy the song at the end a lot, actually. It was surprising. Yeah, it was fine. Better than Corpse Killer. Yeah, straight up. I think that's a solid, very average game. Better than Corpse Killer. Absolutely. Hey, Josh. It sounds like unpack. Well, unpacking was just pleasant across the board. Across the board, it was just pleasant. All right. Anyway, next game, Rotten Flesh. All right. We were just having this conversation about how I'm not a big fan of, like, you know, games where a monster chases you at all times, right? And there are a section of horror games where the horror game is literally 100%, it's not a story. Well, I mean, it can be a story, but basically it is, you are a character in a space. You got to find like a number of things, keys to escape before the thing gets you. There's so many of those games on Steam. So many. And most of them are complete and utter garbage. They are almost always acid flips, 100%. Low effort, and yeah. Bunker? No. Bunker is amazing. All right. Bunker's amazing. Shut up. I love Bunker. Bunker, you can do things in the bunker, okay? Sorry, I got tangent. You hurt me there. But Rotten Flesh, though, is one of those games. But it had enough, like, visual style. Yeah, it's like, yeah, yes, it is like that, but good. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't overstay its welcome like Alien Isolation. And actually, its replayability in that. Sorry, we're talking about a different game entirely. Rotten Flesh. It had a kind of PlayStation 1 style aesthetic to it. It was a game where once your character kind of went inside the space, you were hunted. But the hunting monster was never like, all right, I think I know why it wasn't too bad for me. Actually, you know what, Dan? I think there is a way I can link it to you guys. Live voting poll? Give me a second here. One day. I think you guys could actually want to do that. Oh no, I think I have to. Oh god. Alright, give me a second. Game of the year. SSS. SS. S-A. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh no. No. Okay. SSS. Oh no. Oh, mess up again. Game of the year. Oh no. You done goofed, Dan. Wish this free to play game was not free to play or free to play. And I create the live event? Oh no, so one day. Hello, you. All right, I think I can send this to you guys now. Give me a second here. Everything Brawley said is right, or everything Brawley said is wrong. All right, let me know if this works, chat. Let me know if that works. So I don't know. Is it? I don't know. I haven't used this before, so it is on your end? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. All right, maybe if I do this. Maybe if I copy this one. Try this one. Maybe that one works? Looks right on my end. That one works? Okay, cool. Cool, all right. Oh God, all right, I won't look at this then. I will not look at that. And I obviously think if there's a game you've not played at all, I guess just don't rate it at all. Because there isn't like a didn't play one for thing there. Okay, anyway. Hey, Templar, how you doing? Skip, oh, there is a skip button? Okay, that's great. But yeah, anyway, you played 4 of these, that's funny. Where were we at? Rotten Flesh. Rotten Flesh is a game where you're being chased constantly, but the game also has a component where you use your microphone. I didn't use a microphone, so essentially it came down to the creature only chased me if I made noise in-game with my character, which there were obstacles in the game to make noise with, and I thought that was well balanced, honestly. So I felt like I had time to look around, kind of like enjoy the environments, actually enjoy the jump scares, without like, a monster breathing down my neck 24/7 while playing it. The jump scares were like, honestly, for this kind of game, jump scares were fun. I liked it, actually. If you don't like those kind of games, horror games where you're gonna space, find 5 things, then get out, Rotten Flesh might work for you as long as you play without a mic. It might work for you, actually. I would put it above Moving Houses, honestly, as a C. Cheap game, too. Had a fun, like, PS1 style, visual style. It's the game where your dog goes missing. You have to find it beneath the, in the sewers, and there's a monster chasing you. Had some fun jump scares. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. All right. Moving on to Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's a biggie. That's a biggie. Silent Hill 2 Remake is a lot, because obviously they're remaking one of the greatest games ever made. And did they do it? A lot of people were not rooting for Bloober because I think some of their previous games were not the best. I know having played Layers of Fear, which I thought was fine at best, maybe. I didn't have high hopes, but I think overall, being someone who came into liking Silent Hill 2 later in the game, if you will, not the game like the game like, the game of like, being a game or whatever, I thought they mostly nailed it. I think they paid incredible reference to the plot line, didn't botch its meaning at all. Any of the things they added, I think, only enhanced the plot line. Oh yeah, Evan, there is Silent Hill the series has been an ongoing one for like the PlayStation 1 or Silent Hill 1. There's 1, 2, and 3, and some would consider 4 from the PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2 are like the holy quad whatever of those. Yeah, there's like 4 of those, right? Those are like the 4 main ones people love in the pantheon of gaming. And then after those 4 were made, Konami started just like kind of shooting them out that were whatever. Those were like Downpour, Homecoming. Those ones are whatever. But Silent Hill 2 specifically is a game that is revered within the horror community and gaming in general. It's an incredible game. It's I would say its gameplay is the best, but people love it for the story and the atmosphere and the music. And recently, Bloober Team made a remake of it, and it looks modern, plays modern, and I think overall they did it. Yeah. Corpse is in the game. You heard it here. Thoth Corpse Killer is Thoth's game of the year. You can't reset it? Weird. I mean, maybe if you like click off of the. Oh no, I guess if you like, you know, if you kill the link and like go back into it, maybe you get like I don't know. I have not used it before. I didn't even know this was a thing. So, yeah. But anyway, this game. No, to change it, I'm just welcome to my sponsors, NordVPN. Change your IP address, you can redo your tier list choices. I don't know. But anyway, Silent Hill 2 remake. They nailed it. Great music. The atmosphere is fantastic. I would say if I had to like sit down and think of a reason to like criticize this game, I think they definitely leaned a little harder into, it's weird to say this, the gameplay aspect of it, you know? I think it's combat and it's like sections where it's just, you're just doing like gauntlets of combat, I think were too much. And for how even though it felt good, for how basic the combat was, I feel that was a detriment to the game. Yeah. It's a blessing and a curse that they were willing to not make any new enemy types, because every enemy type in the game in Silent Hill is something that's important to James as a character and his experience in Silent Hill. The problem is that if you're trying to make a game with like decent combat, enemy variety is key, and so you can't reconcile those two things. And so what ends up happening is we have shitty mannequins hiding everywhere. The most unscary jump scares imaginable. And it's just like, it's very silly sometimes how this mannequin hide. It sometimes kills the mood a little bit, I think. But regardless of that though, Silent Hill 2 though, I think I sold the game about it fondly. I appreciate how they definitely paid homage really badly. Yeah, they paid homage to the original game with those little like, you know, like, I don't know, deja vu sections. And I think if you're willing to go down the route of the storyline, trying to consider how this game could play into and interact with the original game, that could be fun too. This game doesn't have to do that though for you. It doesn't have to. But I think there's enough meat there to chew on for that. Whether or not that actually detracts from James' experience within Silent Hill, again, that's up to you to decide, I suppose. But yeah, no. Yeah, I think the enemy variety definitely hurts a lot though. And then when you have like long gauntlets and enemies, it definitely hurts it a bit in that regard. And I think the long combat section does betray a little bit of what's going on with the plot line. But yeah, I thought okay for the first few, yeah. Banger Bot, all right. Silent Hill 2 Remake did something great, did amazing. It made the boss fights fun, I think anyway. Made them fun, very fun to do. And yeah, no, and I think in that regard, honestly, I think it gets a double S for me, honestly. Not game of the year. I think the issues with enemy placement and too many gauntlets, and you know, also I wasn't the biggest fan of how they kind of changed the structure of the game to, instead of being kind of like being a hub area, they kind of moved from hub area to hub area. It felt like little like miniature like compartmentalized gauntlets of like zones within a larger hub area. If you know what I mean, if you play, you know what I mean. So they changed the structure a little bit, which I wasn't a fan of. But overall, I think they did a good job of remaking 2, and it deserves a space within the pantheon of good Silent Hill games. Does it replace the original? Hell no. But it can be there long, maybe a step behind it. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, all right, chat. my beloved, that no one else will like. You will not understand the rating I will give this game when I know objectively how bad I think it is. Truly, Slitterhead. Oh my god. Slitterhead is one of those games that is made in a lab for me. But when I think about it, God, it's not the... It's a game I think that was definitely hindered by a very limited budget and limited time. But like, God, it's so cool. I love it. I really do. But man, the combat is okay. The graphics are okay. The plotline, all right, the plotline I think is batshit, but I liked it, so yeah. But the vibe,
a twin brother. Fancy that.
Yeah, the vibe, the atmosphere, the music. Oh my god, so good. It exists in the realm of games where I'm like, man, if this got a sequel with money, they could like cook. They could cook.
We may never meet again, but we'll never forget each other. Sora, good luck.
But it's not getting a sequel. It's not getting a sequel.
Bullshit.
It's not getting a sequel. It's not happening. But man, this game, ugh. Oh my god, I loved it. I loved it dearly, but it's not good. Like, this is a high A for me, honestly. I feel like I should have like a tier here for like only Broly will like this game. Nah, man, it's A. It's high A for me, low S. God, Slitterhead, like I said, my beloved. Straight up, really liked it a lot. Had some cool visuals. Well, I'm trying to like do like I'm trying to take into account if I know a game is not like good at all, I will knock it down. So I'm trying to like, I don't know. It's my tier list. It can be whatever I want it to be, all right? I can break my own rules. Shut up. All right, anyway. Still Wakes the Deep. So this game, all right. You've seen, what's this, Dark? You've seen one SAS critic that rather likes Slitterhead. There's so many cool ideas in Slitterhead. There's so many cool ideas. But it's just not good. It's just not good. But there's so many cool ideas. If they had like more time and money, oh god, it could have been. Now, inversely, this actually might surprise people. Inversely, Still Wakes the Deep is, to me, is a game that is like, oh my god, they like cooked. This game has great music, great presentation, great like animation, polish, story, everything. I don't know if I liked it that much, honestly, the more I think about it. Because, like, again, if I say the term walking sim, I am never, ever, ever using it as a pejorative. I never am. I'm just saying it's a game where the main focus of the game is you're not, like, interacting with things. You're just walking or moving through an environment and experiencing the plot line. And for me, there are games on this list that are going to be way the hell up the list and that's all they are, and that's great. Still Wakes the Deep, despite having like, you know, very fast sprinting sections, is a walking sim. And it's a game where I feel like it should have been more, right? I don't know. Like, it's hard to explain. It felt like it wanted to be a difficult horror game because there's many, like, you know, run and chasing sections, and that felt good, but like they weren't hard. I never felt like I was in danger. And something about it just didn't work for me, even though, like, I look at every aspect of the game and go, damn, this was like it's body horror, cosmic horror. This is everything that I like, you know? It's in a very despondent area, like it's cut off, it's on an oil tanker. Like, they tie into like the fear of the unknown with this guy's, like, you know, fear of going back to his wife. Like, they tied it into the horror to like his personal issues. I wouldn't call Blueprints a walking sim. You're literally doing puzzles and shit. You're making meaningful choices for gameplay. But like, so much deep. I know for a lot of people this was like the premier horror game like last year. I for me, it just did not, I don't know. I just like, I feel like a jerk. Yeah. Like, just something about it just did not work for me. I mean, when we played it and finished it, I'm like, I like that. I enjoyed it, but the more I think about it, I'm like, man, I never did I feel like I was in danger. I didn't feel I had any sense of dread. I don't know. Something just did not work with me at all. Even though I look at it and go, this was a extremely well-made game. Incredibly well-made game. So, in that regard, high B, I guess? It's breaking through my kind of dissatisfaction with it. I'm so sorry. God, I wish I could enjoy it higher, but like, I don't know. Just like, it's a game, it's a horror game I would never want to play again because I'm like, I think I did it and I don't need to see it again. Well, B-side, I could play B-side again. I could do mouth washing. Even though I said I couldn't, I could do mouth washing again. I don't know. Something about it just did not work for me at all. It just sits weirdly. Anyway, moving on. Oh, the Cabin Factory. All right. Cabin Factory are a style of horror games that are anomaly spotters, whatever, where you're supposed to like, look at different things and spot the difference. And while you're looking at that, you get jump scares. And this game did a thing as a horror game that few modern horror games can do, actually instill within me a sense of dread. And I think that's the mark. And I think the reason why that is a good horror game needs to do exactly one thing in order to like at least make jump scares effective. It needs to distract you in a interesting way. And we'll go into later games in this list, but Cabin Factory, I think above all other types of like, anomaly style, like, spot the anomaly style games, has an interesting premise with a undercurrent of plot line that you're kind of like, unraveling that like, and there's so much going on to try and spot the difference in these cabins. I'm like, as I'm walking, I'm like, I felt actual dread. It's a good horror game and it's short as hell. It's a good party game. Honestly, it's a horror game that's a good party game. It's cheap. I played this game again, knowing all the jump scares with my friends at their house on a big ass TV. And I still got like, ugh, with this game. It works. It's very good. I've not played Seven Bells actually. You've heard that Cabin Factory is slightly worse than Seven Bells? Holy shit. Okay. Maybe we play Seven Bells next horror month then. Yeah, I know. So easily in terms of horror games, Cabin Factory's up there for me. It works. It's so good. It has very good jump scares, good tension, and it works. And again, it's a horror game that can be a party game. So yeah, I wouldn't put it high in S. It'll probably be more so low S, high A. But it worked very well. Liked a lot. It might be the people prefer which one they played first. Same kind of tricks. Yeah, that's fair. All right, moving on. Pacific Drive. Oh man, I still need to beat this actually, and probably also check out the DLC that came out for it. But Pacific Drive is such a unique game. It is so unique. I love a game where I don't know how to describe it, but I like it. There is a balance of a game feeling tedious, but also feeling like I'm in the moment and I'm like experiencing the game's mechanics, and like it feels deliberate and it feels like I'm immersed in it. And that comes down to like, when you're in the car, every time you got to get out of the car, you got to, put in park, got to turn it off, open the door, right? You got this little ritual where in other games, it would just be pressing E and all will be done for you. But something about that like makes me feel more immersed in the moment. Some people will do that and feel annoyed the hell out of that and want to mod that shit out of the game. I like that kind of stuff. It's kind of like how there's multiple different prone states for a character like in Helldivers, Metal Gear, or like Tarkov. It's like an immersive Death Row to Canada. It's funny. But yeah, no, I like the setting a lot. I didn't think I would jive with the plot line, but as we went through the characters, as they're like talking to you over the radio, like they became very distinct. I got very involved in like wanting to know their histories. What's this, Josh? You think the skew morphism of interactions depends heavily on the entirety of the game design? I mean that's what I'm talking about, right? Is that what that term is? Yeah, no, like it's the closer to realism you get in a game, it's going to get more tedious, and the more tedious it becomes, the less game-like it becomes. And I think if you can find a ways to make that feel good, for me anyway, I love that. I eat that shit up. And so taking care of the car in this game, particularly every piece of car, felt so good making the car. I felt like it was. I loved how the game married the idea of me, the player, being obsessed with keeping care of this car was a part of the plot line. How like, oh, this object of power is like, you know, making my character go insane with obsession. So I like that a lot. Yeah. What's this? You think those little things will go when it gives you a routine that interacts with the Luda narrative and the pacing? Having to do little things immersive when you have know that sometimes it's going to be critical? Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like when you're playing Helldivers and you're like, oh, I got to input this code to like call down an orbital strike. It's not just pressing a button. Like, I feel like I'm in the moment, like trying to like, you know, press the button. Like I'm there trying to like, you know, do the code to call a thing down. Or like if you're playing GTFO or Get the Fuck Out, and when you're like on the computer doing like a little like trying to put in code while like everyone else in your party are fighting off monsters next to you. Like just something about it feels so immersive and real. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Excuse me. So yeah, no. Pacific Drive, very good. I need to actually beat it. Yeah, Helldriver codes are great because there's ever so slightly unresponsive, so you can't just hammer it out fast. You have to be to be deliberate, yeah. Listen, Josh, proper the term refers to making interfaces resemble familiar things, like an alarm clock on your computer doing like a bedroom alarm clock. So it's not quite what we're talking about. Okay, all right. So yeah, Pacific Drive to me, also, I will say, just gameplay-wise, I'm typically, whenever playing a game with when I control a car, it never feels good with a keyboard and mouse. This game felt good driving the car with a keyboard and mouse, so big marks for that. Gameplay-wise, setting, I think Pacific Drive for me gets double S tier. Is it higher than Silent Hill 2, though? Is it double S, though? It's double S, though. Maybe it's just S. Like, as we get higher up here, to me, it's approaching perfection. Is it approaching? Is it 2 steps away from perfection? Brawley. Is it though? Is it? It's even Silent Hill. Things are gonna move around as we play this, okay? Or as we do this, all right? Ugh. I don't know. It's replayability. For me, it's like, as I said, 7 steps from perfection. As we get into here, I feel like, all right, this is like a pinnacle, like a peak of like gameplay, a peak of storytelling, a peak of like presentation. Gameplay is peak, storytelling is peak. Yeah. It's how I'm being granular, okay? It's how I can be granular. Otherwise, we'd probably just have everything be fucking S, I think. So Pacific Drive, I think it's gameplay wise, it's really effing good in that regard. Presentation wise, yeah. The atmosphere, yeah. Story, yeah. That's where it goes. ZZZ. Wish it wasn't free to play. Anyway. Boom. Easy. Wish it wasn't free to play. Yeah, a way to frame is where did it fail? Yeah, not so much fail because like for me when you get to S tier, you're like peak for me. So, but like where did you not meet the expectations to fire off on all cylinders, I suppose. But yeah, ZZZ, really good game. Wish it wasn't free to play. Yep. Yep. And I already play Epic 7, so I can't do another one, so... Oh well. Down into wish it wasn't free to play it goes. You got other granularity? Yeah, your rating's an 18-point system, Dark Twinge? Alright. Fair enough. Balatro! F, no. Balatro is good. I play a lot of it. Though Balatro... I think for me, at a certain point, I was like, cool, I'm good. But man, until I got to that point, it was such a fucking ride. The graphics are just the graphics look so good in terms of like what they're conveying. They feel good to play. The vibe is awesome. Numbers goes up. Yeah, the game feel is perfect. Yeah, it really is. I wish I could have like, I was trying to basically play it in a way, I was just essentially trying to like, you know, I guess, what was it? Try and get all the tiers of every deck type, but at a certain point I was like, cool, no more for me, I'm good. And I think it's okay. Yeah. Well, I think card feel, I mean, a card game in a game, I think matters because the way like they move around with your mouse, I think is important. No, I think it matters. Yeah, no, game feel is good. But the game does not have any like, you know, story to speak of. Not that's a bad thing, but like, you know, for me, I kind of want it all for a game of the year game for me. But gameplay wise and presentation wise, it definitely like nails it straight. Balatro's story is replaced by market. That is true. We got to take it. There are so many games this list takes into the Ben Starr factor. Fortunately and unfortunately, Balatro is definitely like I highly recommend it. It's very fun. Yeah. Yeah, making little like interactions like feel good when you're using the mouse or if you're using the stylus or finger on mobile, whatever. It's very important, and Balatro feels so good. And the way like the cards like when you finish like you place on your cards in Balatro and it tallies up your score, the flips of the cards, it makes my brain feel so good. But yeah, so that game won Game of the Year, right? Like last year, I think. Yeah. Like at the Game Awards, yeah, it earned it. I wouldn't say it's like, you know, Triple S or Game of the Year tier for me personally, because like I would like my Rogue Lights to like maybe have some. All right, it's all right. No, it's my subjective list. All right, I like it when a Rogue Light or Rogue Like has a reason for the game redos. I like that. When there isn't, I feel there's a bit lost there. And granted. It might. Granted, this is a one-person show, right? When last year, okay, my bad. Was the game before? I forget. It was a one-person show, so I know it's a lot to ask for it. Yeah. I could have sworn, didn't Balatro? I thought it did, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but no, it's very good. Very good game. I bought it on PC and I bought it on my phone. Moving on. I'm realizing we're going kind of slow here. I don't think we're playing Look Outside tonight. Sorry. Whatever. Let us do with Etrian Odyssey. Etrian Odyssey. This was Oku's pick. This is a somewhat older JRPG. dungeon crawler where you literally map the dungeon as you play it. I like this one a lot, actually. As someone who's like definitely coming into enjoying these more, yeah, I think Daga did like, this is Oku's pick. We did like it maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times. I think Oku did like 3 months in a row. I liked it. As like a theater of the mind JRPG, I enjoyed the character building. The exploring felt really good. You have to watch the yeah. Maybe keep on saying I have to make an effort to like get these things on YouTube. They don't exist at the moment. I'm very sorry. I have them. They exist physically. Well, digitally, physically, but not a way for you to view them. I'm very sorry. Okay. Blames, yeah. But, Etrian was, overall, I think, a fine game like this. I like the aspect of drawing the what do you call it, the map as we did it. The characters were cute and fun. The plot line was very basic, though. I'm pretty sure the music for this game is made by the guy who did the music for Streets of Rage, correct? I did like most aspects of that, too. It was very solid. I wouldn't say it was groundbreaking, but it was very solid, very fun to play. So I think this definitely goes in the A tier for me, anyway. Does it go above Slitherhead, though? No, it does not. For me, anyway. Okay. We did a stream of Graveyard Keeper. And I think overall, I definitely got an idea and a feel for what Graveyard Keeper is. This was one of Oku's picks as well. Very good graphics. Definitely had like that survival, treadmill of you get the resource, get the next tier. Though maybe it's a little unfair to be rating this because I think we did not play it enough to get to the main portion of the game where you have I think you have undead kind of helping you out. You know what? I think I might not rate this one actually because I don't think I played enough to actually get to the point where I think we saw the main aspect of the game. I'm going to skip Graveyard Keeper, actually. I don't think I can be objective with it. I don't think I saw enough of it, sorry. My bad. Alright. Moving on. Another Oku pick was Unsighted. This was a fun one, actually. This was a top-down Metroidvania style game where you are a character who is trying to, there was resource management trying to help out a destroyed world, and you're I think also a lesbian robot. Very combat focused, very parry focused, very cool pixel graphics. Music was very good as well. Only did a day of it though. One, I think I probably should go back and play it more of it, but I think I got a general gist of it. I think I overall enjoyed what we did of that. I think again this one definitely goes into the A tier as well. Very strong, very competent. But I don't think it's like a S tier for me. I think it was definitely above Etrian Odyssey in that regard though. It was good. I enjoyed it a lot though. I'd say that having, had a Patreon pick, I played it for a day and then didn't go back to it. But again, I have so many games, but it was very, very competent game. So good aesthetic, good graphics, good music. Had a very, I think reactionary parry style gameplay for combat. It's very fun. Warriors Abyss. Oh, I like this one. But I don't think it's a particularly good game. It feels extremely cheap. This game felt extremely cheap. But it definitely scratched an itch. So I can't deny it was not fun to play. If anything, Warriors Abyss definitely, like, you know, got me to want to probably check out the actual, like, Warriors series of games. But I did enjoy at least my time with it. I enjoyed, like, swathing through enemies Sauron style and learning a little bit more about Chinese and Japanese history, in which the areas in which these characters, like, evoke. But beyond that, though, it was fine. It was very cheap. It felt very unpolished overall. But I did enjoy it. I think either probably a low B or a high C. Buy that for $1. Yeah. High C or low B? I think it'd be a high C, honestly. For me. Oh boy. Here's where things start getting interesting. Blueprints. Blueprints is a very good game. Oops. Blueprints is a game that does things game-wise I've never seen before. It is a game that has puzzles that range from, you know, very simple Resident Evil style puzzles to ones that span the entirety of the game that I haven't even begun to finish. Things where they'll show you hints for a puzzle that you will understand hours upon hours later. Things will be basically staring you right in the face. As someone who's coming to love puzzles more and more in games, and was deeply let down by other games, which we'll get into later on, that were marketed, I think, as puzzle games, but definitely did not deliver the slightest. Blueprints delivered so well for me. I'm trying to think of, like, areas in which it was deficient for me. I could not remember a single song for this game. I don't think its music was particularly notable. Just I'd knock it down to double S for me. It's possible. It might be possible. We could always review it. Yep. Yeah, I can't. Well, I lucked out, and I think my one placement, my one room, the monument, whatever it was, the room where you kind of like can come beneath it, was a very nice place for me. So I lucked out nicely there. Dry patches. The thing is, I don't think I had dry patches in my playthrough. I think I had a very, like, I think for me, getting the orchard early on made my experience so much easier, in that I was able to, like, have so much more room to breathe in a playthrough. Because I have to imagine, if you, like, got the orchard last, you have so fewer steps, so fewer opportunities to actually use a run. So, like, I think I lucked out. So I think that's a bit of a we realize how some people, just due to pure RNG, can have a worse experience of the game, which I think kind of sucks, but it's hard to, you know, balance it for everyone, of course, right? Yeah. It's hard. Liked it a lot. Really liked it a lot. But I'm thinking about, if I'm thinking about other things in this list, there's things where I'm like, man, I remember the gameplay, I remember the story, I remember the music, and the presentation. And obviously, like, you know, I think the thrust of this game's development went down to, like, obviously the gameplay. And I think this is a small production, right? So they probably couldn't have put as much into, like, you know, the presentation of the music or the presentation of the graphics. Again, I know it's not fair to say to, you know, go after it, but, like, yeah. Yeah. yeah, a solid like to me, I know maybe it's a bit like, you know, I don't know, for first world. Like, I like a game with good polish. Like, for example, the combat of Silent Hill 2 is very basic, but it feels incredibly good because of the amount of polish it has, right? Yeah. So do I knock Blueprints for that, you know? And that presentation aspect of it, I think, was lacking compared to other games. Like I said, I said when I was thinking about how I wanted to rate games during this whole entire thing, I might surprise myself, and I think Blueprints might be a surprising aspect for me, because I think I agree. I think that it could have, again, obviously it might not have been able to receive it, and I understand that, but having another pass at art, the art presentation would have elevated it even more for me, right? So I'm willing to revisit it later in this list here, but for now, I think it's high double S for me, low triple S. Yeah. I think that's where it dwells. I think that's where it dwells. If I'm trying, because I know throughout the year, I basically saying my game of the year is a game that will basically does a thing that only a game can do. And Blueprints, I think, does a thing that only a game can do in terms of being a piece of art in the medium. But I thought that was unfair, though. I thought that was unfair. So I'm trying to step away from like that exact like criteria and be a little more objective in how I think about all these games. And yes, if I really think about where I wish Blueprints was stronger, I wish its art style or its presentation, you know, graphics wise and music was a bit stronger. That's about it. Gameplay. I mean, then again, I am of the thought that video games are a magical medium where you can have a game where the gameplay can be completely abysmal, but if the plot line is immaculate, it's the game is saved. And vice versa. A game could have like we're about to do Ninja Gaiden, right? A game could have absolute dog water plot lining, utterly dog water, but if the gameplay is peak, that's an amazing game, you know? Can other mediums stay the same way? I think when it comes to like, you know, most movies, if the acting is bad, that drags the movie down straight up. Unless it's like a certain kind of bad acting, but usually bad acting drags the movie down. Bad audio bouncing drags the movie down. Every aspect of the movie, I think, has to be a certain level of competence before you can even like, you know, say this is all, the whole entire thing is good, you know? So I think games are special in that regard. Obviously, there's tiers to that, of course, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I might be overthinking here, but look, I'm doing my best here, chat, not to just give it to Epic Expedition 33. I'm doing my best, okay? I'm doing my best. All right, Ninja Gaiden Black, game of the year. No, all right. Anyway, Ninja Gaiden Black. Huh, amazing. Fucking peak. Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2 are games, when I played them, they made me go, holy shit, why aren't most games, character action games like this? They, like, all right, straight up though, both these games are probably wherever these games end up being, Ninja Gaiden 2 is going to be above Ninja Gaiden Black, but they're going to be in the same spot though. Plotline is whatever. Music is whatever. Graphics are actually pretty good for the time. But the gameplay, like, there's an expression of character skill in this game and what you can do, like any fight, that is deeply unlike most modern games. And I wish modern games did what Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2, and I'm guessing what Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge does, in that every individual like Mook fight feels like I'm fighting for my life. I feel like I have to utilize every aspect of my character kit in order to actually surpass the combat. There's a flow to the defense and the offense, right? Like there are games where they're very parry focused, where most of the game is you, like Sekiro. That game is just you waiting to parry then attacking back. Or there's games where it's just pure offense, kind of like Devil May Cry. Oh, hey. Thank you, Frozen Throne, for making the unwise decision to go open for 139 months. Holy shit, thank you so much. Hi. Excuse me, sorry. Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden 2 are games where it truly felt like I was a character in a fucking brawl, and I had to scrape by and use everything at my disposal, and it never felt like a moment in the gameplay was just me like being compartmentalized within like now I am dodging, now I am parrying, now I'm attacking. It feels like all those things are happening all at once is the best way I can describe it. It's why I loved God Hand so much. It feels like I'm using every part of my character's body in combat, and it was truly an amazing feeling. And I can only say, if you guys can like play these two games in any capacity, don't play Sigma. But they exist in a design space that blows me away. I wish more games are like them. More modern character action games. Not that they don't like modern games, but man, there is a philosophy here that feels so much. I feel so much more connected to the character in the combat that, like, God, yeah, no, both, and Ninja Gaiden 2 being even more so than the first one, I feel. They were peak. Amazing. But let's just, we're just gonna put these, like, yeah, we're just gonna put these, like, right around there. Actually, all right. But this plot line is complete dog water. But the gameplay is so insanely good. Yeah. I can just keep on playing them. They're so good. They go there. Yes. It shows streaks? I don't know, Frozen Throne. I mean, it says subscribe to tier 1. They subscribe for 139 months, and that's all it says. I don't know. I mean, it's Team... I think any other developer might have given them a good plot. Team Ninja just sucks at plot lining their games. Even when, like, they drop a game into, like, you know, the Sengoku period, Neo, the plotline sucks. Yep. So yeah, to me, Ninja Gaiden 2 and 1 Black represent the pinnacle of like action. They really do, the absolute pinnacle. But I'll hold them back because they couldn't give me, like, you know, they couldn't be the whole package of like also having like a good, like, you know, presentation. Well, they have good presentation, honestly, for the time. Good story. So, all right. Anyway, truly amazing games. I need to play it 4. So I need to play 4 at some point, and I need to play 3 Space Edge and 4 at some point. South of Midnight, man, South of Midnight. God, I was so hyped for South of Midnight, and very, very hyped for it. And overall, I did like it. Its visual style is immaculate, incredible music, but the gameplay itself was... I feel like it was one step away from like actually being kind of deep, but unfortunately it fell more into the area of like Alan Wake 1, where kind of like once you kind of like understand how it works, there's no really deviating from it, you know? And depending on like how deep that pool is, you'll either like be okay with it, or in the case of Alan Wake 1, I gave myself like I find the combat of Alan Wake 1 to be nigh on insipid, honestly. It's for me, it just, luckily South of Midnight never got there. It was just deep enough, but like, man, it makes me upset. I'm like, this could have been just a little bit deeper. It could have been something like, then again, I think that was beyond the scope of what the game wanted to be, so I can't expect it to be Devil May Cry. But for me, the bigger flaw of South of Midnight is that there was this emotional core in the game, right? Yeah, deeper mechanically. Yeah. Mechanically, gameplay-wise. There is a emotional core in the game that I thought was leading to a certain point. It was stereotypically how they kind of lead, and then it didn't. The loss of a particular character, it didn't do it, but then instead of that, nothing happened. It kind of ended a little anticlimactically when I feel like this game, it was building up to something extremely profound, and then it just didn't. It felt like it just kind of like they ran out of money and had to end it. I don't know. So I felt the ending felt extremely deflating when it had such emotional arcs throughout in its own plot line, and also the kind of like mini arcs of like the individualized plot lines within like the different zones of the game itself. So it definitely failed in that regard. So I was rooting for this game, but definitely did not work at all for me in that regard. So it definitely goes to A tier for me. But below Slitterhead, but I think above Unsighted and all and Etri in there. I was rooting for it, but man, gameplay wise, didn't quite get there for me, and the plot line just kind of just like deflated right at the very end, which is the last thing we're gonna remember when I think of the game. Like, I think of the game like, what's the last thing I remember of the game? Oh, the ending. Oh, okay. The combat in Alan Wake was like, oh shit, it's supposed to be a game, and they put it in there and pat it out. Yeah, it's like it's combat where the moment you kind of solve it, it doesn't get any deeper than that, and it just becomes like tedious. I will say you can definitely solve South of Midnight's combat quickly, but it has just a few things going for it to not make it feel entirely tedious. But it was closer to that versus like being something more profound in terms of combat. All right, let's get it over with. F. No, okay. Expedition 33. Our second Ben Star.
Oh no. Anyway,
our second Ben Star centric game here. Yeah, it is. Actually, we should have a fucking Ben Star Ben Star counter here. 2. The Ben Star tier. But anyway, as someone who like me some turn-based JRPG action and like me parrying, what it does gameplay-wise is sick. If only it wasn't free to play. I know, right? If only it wasn't a free to play game. Next. It's sick gameplay wise. Now you add that to having incredibly awesome animations, and also having extremely varied character builds, with a system that is obviously based off of Final Fantasy IX, but a lot more faster to kind of get into, very, very sped up, without feeling like it was just a gimme of a system. It's a shame they use AI. I mean, I hate that conversation. It's, you know what? Yeah, because no, it's I'm going to believe them when they say that they tried it out early on, say, cool, we don't like it, and then moved on with their own things. I'm going to believe them. I guess in that regard, I have to give the Ultras a pass too in that regard then, which I now will. hypocritically. Anyway. Yeah, no. The plot line is extremely mature. And I think that I like that the ending of this game will go on in infamy as one of those video game discussions that will never end. Like, was Joel right? Tifa or Aerith? Who do you give the Mojave to, you know? I think for better for worse, the ending of Extra 33 will live on in the gaming lexicon as something that will just be a talking point forever. Voice acting was incredible. Yeah. I was blown away when they didn't like offer it to or give a thing for Andy Serkis. Like, I like Ben Starr a lot, but I think he had mostly one standout scene in this game. I thought that Jennifer English was fine in this game. I thought that Andy Serkis and Charlie Cox were fucking immaculate. They made the game for me. So, it blew me away that Andy Serkis was not. Anyway, sorry. Anyway. So, gameplay wise, immediate S tier. Music. I remember when we were playing this game on stream, earlier in the playthrough, I was like, this music is fine. I thought it was okay, because I think we hadn't reached a point where I started seeing like the different motifs and the melodies over and over again. So we're kind of like, early on, we're getting like every individual zone song and all that. Hanging Waters was decent, just a song. But as you get further on along in the game, you start hearing the music, you start hearing like different characters' motifs coming at certain points. Alicia is and of course, Luminaire, the song you fight. All right, the music, boom. All right, I'm a believer. Yeah, I mean, from other criteria I've set here, I think it's my first triple S for the year. Whether or not it'll be game of the year, though, I don't know. But like, it fired on all cylinders except for Act 3. I had not tried the DLC though. Except for Act 3. I think Act 3 really fucked up in that game. Because gameplay wise, again, we're not doing any spoilers here, but like when you come out of Act 2 in this game, the game, I think, really wants you to go to a particular point and finish the game. Thematically, it feels good. Gameplay-wise, it feels good. Granted, that is a sliding scale because some people like being as OP as shit. Because when Act 3 opens up in this game, you can kind of just go off and do whatever you want to do and come back to the ending area and just like completely stomp it, which I don't know. I feel like that might detract from it, I feel. And I feel like they should have maybe had a little more. I feel like Act 3 should have had a little more guidance to it, you know? Yeah, it's messy. Yeah, there is an ability you get in Act 3 prior to the final area that makes you go bonkers OP, right? And I think that detracts. But of course, though, there are game players who enjoy being OP as shit. So to say that they are wrong is wrong, right? So this is like my own perspective, in that I want to be able to like explore. I feel like in Act 3, going off and like just even like messing around with a few things already puts you in a tier of like destroying the ending fight, which I think lessens it for me. So I think they definitely, I think Act 3 misses the mark there in terms of like the great pacing it had up until that point. Yeah. But does that like detract it for me though? Enough. Also, when I think about the ending of the game too, there's two different endings. And I feel like they wanted both endings to be bittersweet. But I feel like the presentation of one of them might feel less bittersweet. And I think they missed. I think they skewed it a little too much to feel less bittersweet. So you get a section of people who gravitate towards an ending, which is fine if they do. But because of that little less bittersweet feeling, I think it makes it feel a little more official and ending, and that kind of like taints some of the experience because I have personal reasons why I chose my ending. And I don't detract from people who choose the other one, but man, I feel like the same people, the same people who picked Verso's ending are the same people who think Joel was fully justified. I'm like, it's annoying. Sorry, again, that's not. Sorry, now we're getting the full entire discussion of the game. Just trying to think. No, I agree. I agree, Josh. I agree. Yeah, both endings suck in equal measure. 100%. They're bittersweet. It just matters what means more to you in the end. Yeah, honestly, no. Like, I think with the graphics. If I think with the graphics sometimes kind of has that, a little bit of that Unreal feel to it, right? Even though most of it is like very well made, but there's certain like textured areas, sometimes it's like environments that feel very like Unreal to me. Just due to the lighting, of course. But that's like not a lot though. Like when you go into the Hanging Gardens, oh my god. Where's the underwater gardens? The underwater area. Oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah. But man, the last act is so, yeah. I wouldn't go that far with exploration because like it was, I mean, it's like if you played like any type of like, you know, RPG where, you know, you go into a zone where like this is like the Chandler Forest. I'm not saying this is wrong for being like that, but like it's obviously drawing inspiration. It's all, it looks pretty, but like how I explored a forest in this game is kind of explored a forest in like Vagrant Story. You know, it's. I'm not saying it need to be innovative in that regard. Yeah. I guess again, it comes down to I'm willing to put it on Triple S for now, but the third act for me, the more I think about it, was so messy. Honestly, overall, the third act for me really just feels like they wanted to put more into it, but they ran out of time and money. Straight up. It really felt like Act 3 was supposed to be more. It really did. And I think it suffered for that. It really did. It's just such an oddly paced experience. It's like the anti ruined world of Final Fantasy VI. It's like the exact opposite of the ruined world of Final Fantasy VI. Actually, the more I think about it. Yeah. Does that experience though detracted enough for me to knock it down from Triple S though? I don't know. Something I'll think about as we go on. Anyway, I've dwelled on this for too long. Let's go on. Factorio! Oh, man. Great game. Great game. Great game. Is it better for me, do I like it more in Satisfactory? Probably not. But in terms of, like, that desire of, like, you know... Yeah. You think Act 3's weaknesses highlighted... Sorry about the Expedition. Highlighted by the strengths of Act 1 and 2? Yeah. Yeah, Factorio makes my brain go burr. Straight up now. Factorio is a game of infinite possibilities. Definitely, double S there. Triple S, I think despite playing so much of it, I still have issues with this UI. I still do. I think I have many issues with this UI. So there's still a barrier there for me in that regard. So that's why it remains subtly in double S there. But yeah, that feels good to me. Sorry, I don't have much to say about it. Like, I just really, I think how much I enjoyed it just came through as we're playing through it. Yeah. You hate the UI in base every character game. Satisfactory, I think, is mostly fine. Mostly fine? Possibly. Alright. Moving on to Monster Hunter Wilds. I thought Monster Hunter Wilds had the best, like, great sword gameplay I've ever experienced in the game until I played Kazan, so. Alright, gameplay-wise, Monster Hunter Wilds is fun as shit, but while there's a difference here. Gameplay-wise, I liked it a lot. Did I like it as much as Ninja Gaiden's? No, but I thought it was very good. However, Ninja Gaiden is so good, and its plotline is so there. Its plotline is inoffensive. I found the plotline of Wilds to be actually kind of like offensively like in again, for me. If you like it, please enjoy it. I found it to be insipid. I feel like everyone hypes up that final moment in the plotline where your character goes, I authorize myself. I'm like, why the fuck does this matter? My character is a know-nothing individual. Like, it doesn't mean... This is an aura farming moment that built up nothing to make the aura farming mean anything. So, it just... Also, they removed, like, all of the hunting from it, which I thought was unfortunate, because I thought that was the whole kind of cool thing about the hunting. And also the optimization on PC was not good at all. Pretty though. So by hunting, like literally like, you know, hunting it, like as opposed to just like clicking on the monster and just having the monster your secret like just walk towards it for you. You had to like actively like, you know, look for it like in Worlds. There is this whole entire like actually looking for it, you know, that this just didn't exist in this game. Game would go, oh yeah, it's here, and you just auto walk to it. So yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds was fine. I would say it exists in the B tier for me. definitely exists in the B tier. The optimization for PC definitely hinders it greatly, I feel. And I feel they yeah, that's another thing too. They definitely, the gameplay was very good. It felt good to play. I think they might have, like, you know, made getting your full, like, armor sets a little too quick. So it's weird. All right, it's always a weird thing, right? I maxed up my character, right? I want to play more though, but there's nothing else to do with it. But like, you know, does that mean the game is finished and you get fun with it, or, you know, I don't know. Of course, adding a treadmill for the sake of there being a treadmill, I think is a bad thing. So I don't know what the answer is, honestly. Sometimes a treadmill for the sake of a treadmill feels good, and I think they could have found ways to make the treadmill last a little longer before your character was kind of maxed out in this game. Because the gameplay was very fun. I liked it a lot, but like I said, the storyline was insipid to me. It's our new character, I guess, yeah. But it isn't that kind of game, though. Like, your characters aren't different. It's all about the gear. All right. Anyway. Moving on. RimWorld! Oh, man. RimWorld. RimWorld, I think, in me, exists in the same space as Factorio. It goes even higher. I just wish I had more time to play it. I know if I played more RimWorld, I would go insane for it. I really would. I absolutely would. This game is peak for me. I mean, it has character automation. You know I'm gonna love it, right? It was very, very good. Definitely like it a lot. Do I like it more than Ninja Gaiden? Hell no. I'm finding I like a lot of things, but character action is very high up there for me. I like my slashy slashes. Really? Ringsong? We get so few of these kind of games. Monster Hunter comes out like every, what, 2 or 3 years. But yes, RimWorld, definitely up there. Immaculate game. Does it get triple S, honestly? Actually, no, think about it. Do I like it more than Ninja Gaiden, these ones? Obviously, it's hard to compare, of course, but nah, I like this. I like where we're at here. When I think about this past year, that seems about right. Subnautica. Do it, or your house gets raided by 500 rabbits. Or what about 500 fucking boom rats? Subnautica. Oh man, Subnautica. Oh, I really like Subnautica a lot. I think it's a perfect game. Oh, man. Ooh. Just the right amount of storytelling. The atmosphere. Yeah, OG Subnautica, yeah. The crafting always felt like it was never, like, impediment to, like, you know, doing things. Other than, like, when, like, obviously we started needing larger scale stuff. Hey, Templar. Oh man, Subnautica. Ooh. When we got the what was it, the submarine? Oh my god, that was so cool. Oh, going back to how I enjoyed, like, having deliberateness and, like, immersion and tediousness to, like, my gameplay from Pacific Drive. Doing the what was the name of the Cyclops or the Colossus? What was the name of the like that felt so cool, and making it like my mobile base. Oh my god. Honestly, the more I think about it, I think Subnautica stood out to me way more than the Cyclops, okay? And Blueprints. Oh my god. Or maybe a little bit less. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is true. You know what? All right. All right. The tedious of certain aspects definitely knock it down. Though there are mods for that. But yes. I live in a world where I think all modern crafting games should have the... if you're like within the zone of your boxes with your stuff, you should just be able to craft in the boxes. Granted, you lose the aspect of like organizing your stuff, but I don't. I lived that life for like 20 years of kind of games. I don't want to organize my stuff, all right? I want to just like dump it in there, it auto sort and craft, all right? But I guess it depends on the kind of game though. This game was very not survival based in terms of like, you know, other like survival games. That this game is more so the focus of the plot line, right? So I think they don't want the crafting and the survivaling to be as much of like a thing to get in your way. They want you to be focused on like, you know, your objective of like figuring out what's going on this planet. And I think certain aspects of the crafting does get a little tedious. So I will knock it for that, actually. I will knock it for that. Granted, it is something you can mod and fix, but, you know, I'm talking about purely vanilla playthroughs here. Less than blueprints? Yeah. 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 Ninja Gaiden, though? Ooh, I don't know. I don't think you guys understand just how, like... understand how much Ninja Gaiden rewrote my brain chemistry and how I appreciate action games, honestly. These two games in God Hand. That was I was sad. Honestly, if God Hand was this year, Adok, that was last year though. I looked it up. If I played God Hand this year, oh my god. God Hand, like I said, God Hand and Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 rewrote my brain chemistry and how I appreciate action games. It really did. Yes, I think I would compare the other game. The reasons why I enjoyed Subnautica and Pacific Drive do overlap. They are very different games, but I think the reason why I think we played Subnautica first, right? And then I'm like, you know what? I think Pacific Drive is kind of like this. Yeah. Subnautica between the Gaidens, be cheeky. That's funny. Honestly, all right. There might be a game that goes there, honestly, though. Speaking of. Oh, man. No, it doesn't, actually. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm the only person who played the first Berserker Kazan this year. I can tell you, it's a bop. It's a bop. First Berserker Kazan is a game that exists in that space between Souls-like and character action. Yes, Ninja Gaiden 2 before Black. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Kazan exists between character action and Souls-like. It's definitely a game that's inspired by Nioh 2, and it is very good. It has probably the best greatsword, two-handed greatsword combat I've ever experienced in a game. And it has, you can be extremely expressive in terms of your aggression and also your defensive abilities. Not quite as much as Ninja Gaiden, of course, I feel overall. Though I might have... No, it's not Double S, though. No. I think Kazan's gameplay is peak. It really is. There are... God, when you are doing parry-like sequences with the greatsword, you could have mid-parry sequence attacks. It's so expressive. It's so good. But the plot line... is insipid. It's existent. It's existent, and the world design when you explore areas is somehow not as good as Neo, which is saying a lot. But the bosses are so cool. The bosses are hype. Loved it a lot. I definitely goes high S for me, low double S, but yeah, nah. Unfortunately, it's the not goodness of the plotline of Ninja Gaiden did not get in the way of it. I didn't find them to be insipid. I just found them to be present. I found Kazan's plot to be just kind of like, but the gameplay was so peak. So peak. Felt so good. Loved it. Hopefully they do more in that series. I'm sure they'll be probably played just the same in that really good action game with just whatever presentation in terms of areas and storyline. Good boss fights though. All right, here are all this. Whew. This is a run right here. Oh my god. Also, we're gonna skip jump ship, I think. Yeah. Also, we're gonna do Death Stranding. We'll probably go on a break here. Death Stranding 2. Oh man. Death Stranding 2 is a game that is, I feel, better than its predecessor in pretty much every way possible. It is. It really, well, all right, almost every way possible. I think the only downside of Death Stranding 2 is the fact that it's a sequel. In that Death Stranding 1, one part that makes it so evocative is the mystery of it. You don't know what the hell's going on. And there are people out there who will say that the plotline of Death Stranding 1 is incomprehensible. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because I will say, Death Stranding 1 is one of Kojima's most overly explained games, especially if you start delving into the games like, emails and character interactions. It really is. It's overly explained. That's true, Josh, but I feel like if you interact with the game at all, it's very clear what's happening. It has weird sci-fi tropes, but it explains them a lot. But I think, unfortunately, it exists. The first game exists in this very mysterious spot. In the sequel, we go into it knowing, what the beach is, what's going on, what a BT. We know everything is, right? So, unfortunately, there isn't much room for mystery other than just getting weirder, right? Or just saying, oh yeah, this thing was here as well. So, is that a knock though? It's hard because that's just an inherent, I think, flaw of certain times how a sequel just has to be, right? But regardless of that though, pacing was better. Across the board, I always felt like I was engaged in the plotline of this game. The first game, you can go 10 hours without seeing a single cutscene, which, some people actually be a good thing, but I feel like it needed more guidance. This game had more guidance. This game was willing to let you feel more powerful. Well, not more powerful, I guess more competent at what you're supposed to do earlier on, which I think it needed to do because, again, it's a sequel. The vibes are amazing across the board. They added new things to kind of allow you to interact with the world in different ways. It goes back into that, that nature of again, when you have a point to your tediousness, and as opposed to immersing in the world, I think Kojima's one of the best ones at that. And Death Stranding 2 does that. The graphics are amazing. For a base PS5, the game plays amazingly. Amazingly optimized. Looks great. Music is, just knocked out of the park. It's hard for me to honest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to think of any downsides to this game for me personally. Again, it not being as mysterious, so not being evocative is definitely a knock against it. But again, that's not, I don't know if that's a fair assessment because again, sometimes sequels just be like that, I feel the plot line was, again, because we kind of know the mechanics of the world, the plot line was not as surprising. Need to shower constantly. But like, it didn't have anything in terms of like as big a misstep in terms of like the Act 3 that Expedition 33 does. No, like, it's a game that for me fires on all cylinders at almost at all points. Huh. And when you really get down to it, like, you know, the traveling, either traveling on foot, traveling in the cars, feels incredibly good, feels incredibly satisfying. Vibing out to the music when you're just driving is a thing. Like, and I did like the story. Did I like it more than Expedition 33 story? Probably not. This right here is the tough one for me. This really is tough for me. That's really tough. Again, I'll probably be thinking about this as we're going through here. I feel weird about Blueprints being SS, but like, man, it's the whole package. Honestly, like, 33 does get dragged down for me in that third act. It really does. It really does. I feel like there was a missed opportunity to make the third act feel special as the first two. So, and Death Stranding doesn't do that. I think that while the ending plotline was probably not as strong, it doesn't like have any lulls in terms of like where it's going. And some of those scenes with Neil. Anyway. So yeah, that's a hard one. That's such a hard one though. Damn. The Altars. The other game that gets an immediate F because of they used... I'm sorry. Altars is such an interesting game. It really is. It feels very unique. But, like... You want to be a survival game, but it's not a survival game. You want to be a base builder, but it's not really a base builder. You want to be a colony sim, but it's not really a colony sim. What this game really is a dating sim with yourself. Essentially. And I found that to be extremely interesting. Extremely interesting, honestly. All right. To give you the general plot line of the Altars, your character... Yeah, conceptually, the Altars is amazing. Your character is crash landed on an alien planet doing some kind of like excavation of a resource, but unfortunately he's the only one that survives like the crash landing. In order to like, you know, get more people to help him survive, he needs to make clones of himself. But you can't just make a clone of yourself. No. A clone of yourself won't do because your clone won't have like brains, right? So what do? Well, what you do is you use the resource that exists in all points of space and time and pull other versions of yourself from other universes, copy their brains, and put it into your clone. So you might get a version of yourself that at one point in your past walked out on your wife when you stayed with her. And despite this person being you, it's a different person entirely. Do you like yourself? And I felt so that's like the premise, but it's couched in this game where, again, it's kind of a colony sim, it's kind of survival, it's kind of base builder, but none of those are fully like developed as like a full like, you know, survival game like Subnautica, or a full colony sim like RimWorld, or a full base builder like I don't know, what's the game that's like that. Anyway. So like each of those particular aspects are not strong, but they exist. They're not bad. But the aspect of like interacting with your character's alter egos, I thought was incredibly interesting. And I thought that writing was very good. The voice acting is from one actor. He did an incredible job representing the characters. And I like that a lot, honestly. It was just solid science fiction. It really was. I don't think it breaks this barrier though. This right here is gonna be a hard barrier to break. Does it break Silent Hill 2? I think so. Does it go past Factorio? No. I think that's as far as we go. Yeah. It was just extremely solid acting, good vibe, good music, with gameplay that was serviceable enough, I feel. Yeah. That's where it goes for me. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, that's where it goes for me. I like that a lot. Extremely memorable. But this is going to be a hard barrier to break around this area here of my list, I feel. Moving forward. Desktop Survivors. Did it for one stream. This is a fun little game. This is a game I got at PAX East. It is like, it's a vampire survival like. The cool thing about this one is that it's a very like Windows 98 kind of style to it. But it's a small game. It's, it is what it is. I thought it was cute. Has limited bosses though, so that hurts it. But the upgrades are very cool. It feels good. Honestly, in terms of like those kind of like mass killing games, I think it's a way more inventive than Warriors Abyss. Absolutely. Does it get the B tier? I don't think so. So it goes there. High C, low B. Oh, all right. All right. We'll have a lot to say about these next couple ones here. We're getting the Metal Gear. We're getting the Final Fantasies here. Onimushas. All right. Let's take a quick break. I'm gonna stand up, stretch, go to the bathroom, get some drink, come back, and we'll continue on with more with this end of the year tier, which I'm not going with this. I'm like I said, I honestly, I could go back and like reevaluate, but like, man, I really thought I would really want to like, just give it a Blueprints immediately. But man, the more I think about it as a whole package, I think I did enjoy Death Stranding and Expedition 33 more. I know, I'm sorry. I'm completely and utterly betraying my criteria for the majority of this year, but if I have to look at all aspects of it, there'll be D's, don't worry. I already know what game will be a D. Yeah. Oh no, my subjectivity isn't objective. Yeah, no, I guess, again, for me, it's just how close to all cylinders firing do we get up on the list here? And I think these two, all cylinders, are mostly firing the entire time. Yeah. Is it going to be Uma Musume? We'll see. Either way, I'm going to go on a quick break. I encourage you all to do the same. I'll see you all in a few minutes for more OEG and for some more of the end of the year tier. See you in a few. All right, Chow. Welcome back for some more end of the year tier. Let's crack on, shall we? All right. Let's change the tunes here, shall we? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? All right. Where were we? Just harangued over Death Stranding there. Looks like, yeah. All right. Metal Gear Solid 5. First time playing Metal Gear Solid 5. This is one of the greatest stealth action games to ever exist. Straight up. One of the most fun stealth action games to ever exist.
I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
As always, music choices in terms of atmosphere, peak. But man, its plot line is so good up until a point where, to me, it feels like almost as if this is a known thing, they were told to stop. It breaks this barrier easily, I feel, for me, as a memorable experience. Do we go further than Subnautica? Honestly, I think so. Yeah, I didn't do much with the multiplayer, but that was not something I was really interested in doing to get all the stuff there. But like, man, like, just the ways in which you can approach missions in this game are truly immaculate. They really are. They cook so hard, and the tediousness of it all, again, to me, works in the favor of immersing me and making me feel like I was Big Boss. No, it's just what this game does not have going for it is that at a certain point when you're playing it, there's a cutoff. There's an absolute cutoff in terms of plot lining, and then it just nosedives, and it's deeply unfortunate because I really do feel like if this game probably been made the way Kojima wanted to be making it, it would have been probably Game of the Year for me, honestly. It so close, but unfortunately, it definitely succumbed to probably development creep, the scope creep, I guess. Then again, though, the scope creep was probably what made it so good to play, though, right? And the plot line, again, it is pure Metal Gear Solid insanity. Even though I kind of guessed the main twist in the game early on, trying to figure out how they're going to do it was an interesting experience. I feel my idea how they would have done it would have been more smart than what they did, but whatever. I do enjoy how ultimately it tied into the rest of the series, at least with the tapes anyway. So as a storytelling experience, at least gave me some regard of closure there. But it's the presentation of the plotline towards the end. Obviously, just if I'm gonna knock Expedition 33 for Act 3, I gotta knock Phantom Pain for the same thing, and it definitely hurts in that regard. So, but gameplay wise is absolutely peak. Absolutely peak, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Deeply fun. I was 90 hours into that game. I did so much off stream, I still wasn't bored of it. It's, God, it feels so good. Amazing. No notes. Well, notes beyond the notes I already gave, of course. See, if you promise to do this next year, I'll give you... No, I like doing this, so if you want to try and taint the tier list with particular picks, then you can definitely paint the tier list with particular picks. God. Yeah, this feels good to me. This feels pretty good so far. All right. Moving on to Metal Gear Solid Triangle Snake Gobbler. So, here's something you might not know about me, chat. I'm definitely one of those Metal Gear players where I enjoy 3. It's not my favorite. Honestly, I think I enjoy 1, 2, and 4, definitely 5, way more than 3. Not that I think 3 is a bad game at all. I like it a lot, in fact. And in fact, I think it has probably the most important scenes in the series. The fight against the boss at the end is like one of my favorites in the series. It just overall, it kind of like exists in this realm where like Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, and I guess Metal Gear 1 and 2 exists. I love the space where the game is like, those games are, you're exploring an area, looking for key cards and all that, right? And 3 is essentially just a straight shot through the game. And so it's very linear, which I was not a big fan of. 4 is linear too, but I think 4 has got more going on for it. So, and I like 4 more for that. So 3 definitely takes a hit for that for me. So yeah, this feels like I'm doing a review of the 3rd game, but I guess I have to review this version of 3. I like how there's so many remasters on this playlist, on this list here. Yeah, so we did play it in the new kind of 3rd person, which did make it feel different. Did I enjoy it more than Kazan, though? I think I enjoyed it more than these ones. More than Kazan? Nah. Nah. Solid S tier. Solid S tier for me. Below Kazan. It's clearly Konami cat. I mean, is it though? I mean, everything here is being made as art / to make money, right? And there's enough things in Delta Snake Gobbler that I'm like, I think when they made this, they gave a shit. Obviously, Kojima wasn't there, but I think reverence was more reverence was given than probably was necessary. So I don't think it was I mean, yes, it's a cash grab, of course, but so was everything. Yeah, crap. Yeah, I hear cash grab. I think crap for profit. I don't think Delta was crap at all. I think offering you to play the game legacy style, this music is a lot right now, was very important. Yeah. I think there are a lot of things in the game that definitely were meant as like homages to like the old game. Like, I thought it was super cool how all the pinup girls, instead of just showing the same pictures of the pinup girls, they contacted them and say, hey, can we have a new photo of you? Any photo you want. And just, you know, use that for where your photo was in the original game. I thought that was incredibly inventive. How they redid the Guy Savage demo was really cool as well. Yeah, Metal Gear Survivor was a cash grab. That's a cash grab through and through. Nah, I think Delta was made with love. I think it was made with care. It just is not my favorite. It's not my favorite Metal Gear game, so. And I definitely enjoy Kazan a lot more, so boom. Liked it a lot, but not as much as Kazan. Optimization was a bit rough at times. All right. Next game is Keep Driving. This was a Patreon pick from Okuraku. This is a fun one. Roguelite game. Light? Yes, light one. Very unique. Extremely cool vibes. This is a game where you're in a car, you're listening to music, you're trying to get to a... was it a music festival? I think the thing we chose was a music festival, but like the way you do encounters is extremely unique in that, like, you know, oh, you're driving, there's someone trying to, you know, do like, do a turn on you and like while you're driving. So like this is represented as like this weird, like, you know, game where you have to, like, you know, use different aspects of your character's personalities, the cars, like, you know, to like it's a very unique game. Incredible soundtrack. I liked it a lot. It's sort of Europe. Yeah, it's no, it was very good. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for it right there. Go to playability. I liked it a lot. That's a good spot for it, I think. Yeah. All right. It Takes Two Tango. This is Adok's pick right here? Right? That was Adok, right? This is the co-op game. Oh yeah, this was the co-op asymmetrical co-op spy puzzle game. And this I wish it wasn't free. No, we're rating how much you enjoyed Dagwood's Company. I like this game a lot. I wish the puzzles were a bit stronger overall, but I think D for Dead. I feel like its puzzles could have gone harder, but then again, harder puzzles might have made it a more frustrating experience as a two-person game. So it's a hard thing to gauge here. Yeah. I feel like we could have handled more intricate puzzles, and I guess it's more so when the puzzles weren't intricate. I think we kind of just blew past them, and then like for puzzles that where it was a little more difficult to kind of communicate, it kind of felt like we weren't really puzzling. We were kind of like arguing, which made the experience feel a little bit less for me. But overall, I enjoyed the experience though. I think my favorite one experience in it might have been when we were doing like the cross-section information finding like in the archives. I thought that was the most interesting one overall. We did not. No, we did not. I don't even know what chance of Sonar is. So I think this one would be a low A for me overall. Yeah, like so I just wish the puzzle a bit stronger overall. Overall liked it. Maybe it's more so I wish there was more. I wish that if you replay it, the deviations were stronger. Or maybe again, maybe they could have had like, you know, tiered puzzling, like, you know, difficulty like Silent Hill does, but you know, that's more difficult in terms of balancing, so. Yeah. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here, let's do these in maybe in number order here. And maybe the order we played them. 4, 5, 6. All right. Final Fantasy 6, 5, and 4. Here we go. We played 6 first.
Funny. I'd always pictured you as more the Chocobo type.
I'm not going to play Chocobo Dungeon unless someone pays me. Maybe I'll play it eventually. Also, give me a second. This is a little loud. Also, I want something else. All right, Final Fantasy VI. This game deeply surprised me. Honestly, I thought that when it came to playing these older Final Fantasies, that I would like find them to be quaint, but you know, existing in a game space where I'm like, well, I've played things since then, and I, you know, have evolved as a gamer, you know, past these, and I wish I'd played them when they were new. And I was pleasantly surprised that for the most part, these felt fresh and felt good now. honestly, there are many aspects of when I was playing 6. I'm like, oh, this feels like there are aspects of this game in like Epic Expedition 33 here. It was so good. But 6 specifically, though. Gameplay-wise, turn-based ATB RPG. Love that shit. Really do. Yeah. Like the music, top tier. Having never even played this game, I knew multiple songs from this game. Multiple songs. The sprite work was amazing. The gameplay in terms of like character builds felt very competent, felt very fun to actually make builds. However, the story of the I might get pilloried here, chat. I'm sorry. I like the Ruined World. I like what it does. I like that it kind of, without even knowing what the hell it is, you're dumped into it. I liked the emotion of I'm sorry, what's her name? Ceres? Her on the island alone. I liked that a lot. And then I liked how you can kind of go wherever you want. You could breadcrumb yourself to any direction, collect any party member in any order. Celes, thank you, sorry. But yeah, I felt like that was a part of the game where it felt like I lost out on playing it when the game was new, because so many people hyped up Kefka as like such a cool bad guy, and I think if I'd played this 6 when it was new, I would have been in agreement. Kefka was cool, right? Mad clown, wants to destroy, bad guy, mustache twisting bad guy, and I'm down for that, honestly. I like some bad guys just being assholes. That's perfectly fine. I think this game deeply suffers in that once you get to the Ruined World, Kefka just disappears from the plotline entirely. Entirely. And like, that could be a fine thing, but literally we learn nothing about him as a character at all. And I think the only thing we can learn about Kefka is like one random line from a random, NPC you might miss in one town. So it makes the whole thing feel a little deflating, the end. Because I'm like, why do I give a shit about Kefka? Like, you didn't have to make me like, feel sorry for him, but like, I knew nothing about him other than he's just a guy that appeared, right? Yeah, he's not even a character, At least we know that Exdeath came from like the 100 maniacs got like murdered under a tree and they coalesced to an evil dude, Yeah. So gameplay-wise, the Ruined World was something that deeply surprised me for a game of that era, of that type of that era. Loved it, really did. But storyline-wise, it just kinda, I know, his backstory. He tough, he mean. But, yeah, it definitely... I wish I could put it higher. I really do. But, man, I think better than this remaster here. You can, but you... Yeah. I think if we... Honestly, if we just if Kefka had any presence in the Ruined World, I think that would have been perfect for me. Like, any presence whatsoever. But he just disappears. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is one of those, but like, he was just... Again, that's why I say it's a game I wish I'd played when I was younger, because I think Kefka would have hit harder as a bad guy. Now I'm like, well, I mean, I don't mind bad guys who are like, unrepentant assholes, but at least I want them to be in the plot line, So, yeah, it goes here. I apologize. I know. I know. Yep. No, I like... Here's the thing, though. Like, to me, if Kefka was there, I think I would have... I mean, all right. But it's... All right, you know what? Maybe it goes double S, honestly. Because, again, I am knocking it for plot line, but the music, the sprite work was amazing. The ambition there, yeah, no. All right, you know what? It goes at the end of double S. Does it beat Balatro? You know what? All right, it beats Balatro for me. It does. Does it beat Pacific Drive? You know what? Actually, all right. I'm thinking about it more and more. Yes, it's getting there. Does it beat Silent Hill? All right. There we go. How about the altars, though? Nah. I think as far as it goes. Things as far as it goes. No, like, I was remembering that what I was in things... I was ignoring the fact that I was, like, pointing out that, like, I enjoyed the gameplay immensely in that game. But I was, like, ragging on the plot, the storyline, but I had also said that, like, I will push it up higher if I enjoyed, like, the music. The presentation of that game for SNES is peak. So, yeah. All right, next one. Final Fantasy V. Honestly, straight up, might be one of my least liked Final Fantasies up to this point. I felt like the characters had paper thin characterization. We didn't get much about them. Like, the pacing was wonky. Like, the game for no reason would just kind of drop you in and, like, have you, like, all right, do your next thing, but didn't feel good to explore. This one definitely was not a hit for me I mean, it was fine. I like the game. Again, turn-based ATB JRPG. Sure, I like that. Always like that shit. But I like it more than Slitherhead? Nah. It did have the job systems, though. The job system does push it at high. But, man... Yeah, the mechanics were good, but, man, Exdeath was just not a good bad guy at all. I think I enjoyed Exdeath less than Kefka, honestly. More I think about it. Even though I said, like, oh, with Exdeath, we at least know where he came from, but, like, I think at least Kefka, while having, like, nothing going for him in terms of story, at least had style and pizzazz, despite not even being there. Exdeath is just a bad guy because he's a bad guy. I found the character, like, I kept on wanting to know more about the characters, but I just didn't get anything. Yeah. Yeah. That's honestly, Josh, played 4, 5, and 6 along with the streams. They are all let downs in certain ways. Again, I don't know if it's a matter of I would have felt the same way if I played them back then, or it's just a matter of playing them now. But yeah, 5 mechanically it was fun, but in terms of like what I want out of Final Fantasy beyond the gameplay, it just did not really hit. Yeah. I don't think they're like need to be living in memory. I don't think they're like the X-Men animated show, like don't go back and rewatch it kind of thing. But I definitely enjoyed it more than these ones. Not more than Slitherhead, though. You know what? Looking at these here. Oops. Cannon Factory was not S. I'm sorry. It was A. I'm like, I keep looking like, these games below Can Factory? I don't think so. Yeah, that seems more accurate for me. All right. Final Fantasy IV, though. The more I think about 4, the more I like it, honestly. 4 had good 4, like, I think had things to say. Rydia was cool. Like... Golbez ultimately ended up being an interesting character. It's really hard. Because I think the reasons why I like 5, or the reasons why I don't like 6, 5 did better, and the reasons why I don't like 5, you know, vice versa, right? Oh, it's hard. Gameplay-wise, of those 3 games, 6 is the best one for me. But plotline-wise, 4 was like the best of those 3, I think. As a full package. So it comes down to this. So I think I weigh them equally. 4 had good pacing, good characters. The 6's gameplay and the Ruined World are very fun. Yeah, damn. It's honestly, it is a hard pick for me for between 4 and 6. It's a hard pick for me. I really did enjoy the Ruined World a lot, though. I think 6 over 4, but it's close, though. Yeah, 6 over 4, but it's close. Damn, that was hard. Did I enjoy them more than the altars? So I play them again over the altars. Honestly, you know what? Yeah, that feels right to me. That feels right to me. Okay, anyway. Moving on. The Drifter. This was a Patreon game pick from Okuraku. That when I played together. This is a point-and-click adventure with immaculate sprite work. Fucking immaculate. Great storytelling. Very interesting time. Alright. It was a very unique time travel plotline. So, right was good. I love the voice work on it. Yeah, easy S tier immediately without even trying. It clears these tiers immediately. Yeah. Fancy cuppa? Give me a second here. More than Metal Gear Solid 3? Oh yeah. Better than the Kazan barrier here. I mean, yeah, honestly. It passes the Kazan barrier. More than Balatro? Honestly, yeah. More Pacific Drive? I really enjoy playing Pacific Drive. But Drifter's like storyline is so unique and interesting. That kind of actually surprised me at many points as well. Is it clear? No, this is where things get very hard for me to kind of like, you know, differentiate, but man. I think I like it here for now. Again, I'll mull it over my mind. Oh boy, here we go. The Onimushas. I feel like my take on the Onimushas is going to be a little controversial here with people who enjoy those games. But anyway, first we played was Genma Onimusha. We played the Xbox version of the game. It was actually pretty difficult. This game was 100% Resident Evil in the Sengoku period Meilang, and it was very unique and very fun. Did I enjoy it more than Kazan, though? Yeah. Like I said, it was a difficult game. Enjoyed it a lot. I think Kazan would definitely felt very fun in that regard, and I think I like it there actually. Definitely love it. It exists in that realm of like these are all the offshoot, like, you know, we have a formula with Resident Evil. Let's try other things, and that game worked. It was very fun in that regard. Yeah, no, yeah. I like that. Then we go on to Onimusha 2, and Onimusha 2, honestly, the more I think about it, just kind of felt like more of the first game, just easier and kind of forgettable. That was the one that also kind of had like the gift-giving stuff that can, you know, kind of change like your experience with the game, and it was fine. I think I enjoyed Slitherhead more than that one though, so it's going down to A tier for me. Final Fantasy V, yeah, I think I enjoyed it more than these ones. Absolutely. You know what, Monster Wilds. The gameplay is very solid. It goes up here. Sorry, we're still massaging here. I look at the list, goes, you know what? I think I enjoyed that more than I thought I would. Yeah. We're still massaging. Onimusha 3. God, remember that when my version of the game broke? That was a fun experience. So Onimusha 3 with Jean Reno. That one was, at that point in the series, starting to move away from kind of like the way the first two games felt. It felt a little more towards character action. And it was definitely enjoyable. It felt good to play. But I don't think I would place it above the first game in terms of just my enjoyment of the game overall, because again, I really enjoyed the unique way in which the first game felt and the way it looked and handled. Like, it was just a very unique experience. I think the second game mostly did, but for some reason just did not hit quite as well for me. So Onimusha 3, I think, belongs in the A tier. Probably maybe above the second game. Yeah. All right. Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams. Oh yeah. Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams, for some reason, just got me good. Ridiculous plotline, but it wasn't like... It wasn't, to me, stupid. It was just kind of like fun. It actually had emotional moments, which I think did evoke quite well. Way more than Kazan ever did. Yeah. I think that's a solid spot for it, honestly. Really good, like late end stage PS2 graphics. Gameplay was very... This music is a lot. That's a lot. Calm down. Yeah. Felt good to play. Really good graphics for the PS2 at that era. It definitely had at points in which I cared about the plot line. Yeah. Liked it a lot. Honestly, liked it more than Drifter. Liked it more Pacific Drive. Honestly, yeah. That was double S for me. I wish more games were like it. Straight up. Yeah, that's it worked very well for me. I know as Onimusha fans, I'm definitely an outlier in this regard, but I put Genma as my second one, right? It's S tier. All right, I'm not a complete dum-dum. All right. Moving on here. Oh boy. Uma Musume. Horse game. Such a weird game. Like, I want to not just dump it into wish it wasn't free to play. Yeah. Because, I like many aspects of it. I like Princess Builders. G for gotcha, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. It did click for me, though. The problem is that, it exists in the space of gotcha games where, I can't just, not play it and enjoy it, you know? Do I wish it wasn't free to play, though? Would it be? I mean, yeah. Honestly, it could be a game I mean, the way in which you build the characters in the game, it's a princess builder, right? So it's you know what a game, you know what game a lot of us loved that it plays a lot like? Dispatch. 100%. 100%. That the way in which you build the characters and then send them out to do shit? Yes. So I kind of wish I could engage in a more polished, yeah, the Princess Maker, yeah, Princess Builder, yeah. I really wish it was a polished, what's there I do like. I would like there to be a more heavily produced, single player experience where you're leading a horse through this thing where it was it wasn't as canon in terms of the graphics and all that. Yeah, nah. I'd be down for a game that was just a good 20-hour experience where you're taking one horse and you're trying to get their stats up and trying to win the derbies and all that. That would have been honestly I would down for that, but that's not what it is because it's a free to play game. So it has to be something different. And thus I wish it wasn't free to play. Yes. 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 In short, bring back Monster Rancher. So Uma Musume does have a non-gacha Jason game. There's some weirder stuff. Okay. Yep. But yeah, it go there. All right. Next game was. Wish it was a horse girl game in another sense. I'm sorry, what? Vending Dokkan. This was a cute little game we played for a stream. This is the one where you run a little vending shop. Early access, so maybe it's a little unfair to tier it here, of course, but what's there is there, I suppose. It was cute. I think its optimization is bad, but of course early access, so. But messing around with it was fun, but it exists as a game that with no real fail state, so it's hard for me to feel anything about it in a way. It was cute to experience it, but Honestly, the more I think about it. Indie game, yeah. Still, it's a D. It's a C. Sure. Oh, idle game, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it is probably indie too. Idle game, yeah. Maybe I'm just not a big fan of idle games, really, because again, I oftentimes I need me a fail state or the perception of fail state. Otherwise, like I feel like I'm not playing a game. In a way. It was so cute though. I did enjoy like messing around, making my little setups there. All right. Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. I did a stream of this one, but I played more off stream. This is a fun game. It is not a Metroidvania. It's made by the same people like Blasphemous, but it's not a Metroidvania. Very good sprite work, good action, good flow of combat. This is a game where essentially you're going through maps. You're utilizing all your abilities to kind of like, you know, just like one-shot enemies. I mean, honestly, it's very close to the old school Ninja Gaiden games, just, you know, made in the modern era. Very strong game. Fun music, good bops. But I like it more than these things here. I think this right here is as high as it gets. What, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? That said, I have not fully beaten it yet, but I think I've played enough where I think I can probably give an estimate of it, how I feel about it, and be accurate with my own perceptions and feelings of it. And it's very good. If you enjoy side scrollers that aren't Metroidvanias, that are like, you know, just like levels, you can kind of redo them and all that with different, like, you know, not two different styles, but like it's just more efficiency. It's very good. Yeah. Yeah, the combat of the game is more so rushing through a map and figuring out how to do the best, most efficient one-shots enemies, which feels like a dance and can be fun. I do like that. I typically like to be a little more slug things out when it comes to combat, you know, like kind of like Silksong and all that. If we're going for like, you know, side style kind of games, but it's still fun though. Which one, Mr. Door? Ragebound or different game. Moving on. Full Throttle. This was a point-and-click adventure game. Okuraku had to play us, right? I mean, Dag. This is a older one that came out, I think, in the 90s, but this was a remaster. I think Mark Hamill was in this. It was a fun one. I liked it a lot. There wasn't too many moments of moon logic in this game. I felt like it kind of ended anticlimactically a bit there. Of the ones Oku had us play. That is true. It did have... I'm not putting my lips on there. I think B for me, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, for me, its ending felt a little underwhelming. You like kicking people, yeah. There's gonna be a sequel that never happened? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Alright, cool. Next one is Fretless, another Patreon pick from Oku. Did a night of this one. This game is very cool. I need to go back and play more of this one, actually. This was the turn-based RPG that utilizes rhythm and music, and different types of weapons or music have different type of like weapon types. It was very strong and very interesting. Again, I have not gone back to it, not because I didn't like it, but man, I liked it a lot. I thought it was very interesting. This definitely goes... Yeah, Oku is like, you guys are very good at like, you know, kind of picking like this A tier games for me. You're so close. You guys are very close to hitting my S tier. Actually, Oku got me with Heat Trap. I thought that was extremely good. And the drift, I suppose, as well. That is true. That is very true. Things that like hit for me, I'd probably end up like gravitating towards anyway. So these ones I might not consider. So. All right. Next one was The King is Watching. This was a very, very interesting roguelite game where it was kind of like a base builder, sort of like an idle game. It's definitely a game where I think I definitely felt like I liked it a lot, but I got to a point where I felt like before I even had a chance to kind of unlock even half the staff in the game, I was like, you know what? I think I've seen enough. I've had my fun with this. I'm moving on. And I guess that's maybe a downside of the game that definitely did not push me, make me feel like I want to explore more of it. It gave you anxiety? I can see that. I can definitely see that. Not be able to control your characters in combat definitely can give you that feeling. And obviously, you can literally feel yourself in real time not being efficient in this game the slightest, and I get that entirely. I like that aspect a lot, actually, the more I think about it. But I didn't go on to really finish it, though, so... Maybe the top of the B tier, I think, overall. Top of the B tier. Yeah, top of the B tier for that one. Gears of War Reloaded. I mean, it's Gears of War. It's Gears of War. It's Gears of War. It's pretty, and it plays 60 FPS. I really can't ask more from that. So I think it probably goes somewhere near Metal Gear Solid 3, probably. Yeah. Honestly, Nisai go up there. The more I think about it, Nisai goes above these guys here. Yeah. Yeah, multiplayer RTS can, honestly, it's a hard barrier of anxiety of not knowing exactly what your enemies are doing at all times. Yeah, I get that entirely. I'm someone who enjoys multiplayer games in PvP, but multiplayer PvP RTS makes me just go, Oh, and here's Josh's dumb pick, Suikoden. Get this in the, I wish it was it wasn't a free to play, no. I mean, you know, considering I emulated, I wish it wasn't a free-to-play game. No, all right. F, no. D, no. C, no. B, no. A, no. Definitely, it definitely exists in the realm of, like, I think I would have enjoyed this way, 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 way more if I played it back in the day. But I found a lot of value in it playing it now and had enjoyment in the gameplay, and that it was simple, but wasn't simple enough to make me feel like it was boring. Obviously, it wasn't as deep as like the Final Fantasies, but I like my big parties in RPGs. So being able to have a big party people and fiddling with their armor and gear was fun. As for Suikoden, yeah. Yes, we did finish it. Yeah. Weren't you there? I thought you were there. I could have sworn you were there. We got 107 of those assholes. Can you guess who we didn't get? You don't remember? Can you guess who we didn't get? I think this is probably... Yeah. Oh. You lucked out. Yeah, it was Matthew, because once you get like towards the end of the game, you can't give him the letter from his brother, I believe, right? It was Matthew. Unfortunate. But yeah, no, this was very fun. I liked it a lot. Definitely we'll get to the sequel at some point in the near future. Yeah, the thing is, the lockout for getting Matthew was like so early on. It feels like there is a massive gulf of like, oh, at a certain point, you just can't get Matthew for like a good swath of the game. It's wild, actually. But whatever. I YouTubed the actual ending anyway. Oh, the scene with the Emperor when he grabs Wendy. Yeah, that was just weird. I thought we were gonna fight Wendy this entire time, and then all of a sudden we fight a dragon, which actually was a cool fight. And then he goes, "All right, Wendy, we're just." Wow, that was actually kind of a hard scene. Unexpected, so I'll give props for that. You know, it had small story moments that I thought were very real and it felt very good. And yeah, no, it definitely liked a lot. Makes me want to do a sequel like, you know, soonish. All right. Thank you for picking it. Oh, Elden Ring Night Rain. I did a night of this, right? We had some technical issues that night, but Night Rain I played a lot off stream. Had not played the newest content though, but Night Rain is sick. Night Rain to me represents, I do hope that From Software definitely explores this idea with more depth, because while Night Rain is very fun, I think the treadmill of progression in this game is very small, which, you know, for some people is an extreme plus for it. But my brain has been rewired. I like a decent progression system in my whatever kind of game, and this game just doesn't really have that for the most part. But regardless of that, though, it's very fun. Like it feels like I'm playing Elden Ring or some software game with the weighted train clothes just taken off, right? It is so fun. Honestly, yeah. More than Kazan? I mean, you revive because you hear Night Rain. Yeah, no, Night Rain is such an interesting design space. Music is good. Plotline is wherever the fuck not. Is more nonsense than anything else. Yeah. More than Balatro. Yeah. More than Drifter. Yeah. More than Pacific Drive. Yeah. More than Onimusha. Dawn of Dreams. Yeah. More than Silent Hill. Yeah. More than Altars? Yeah. Night Rain modding? How can you mod the game though? I mean, obviously you can mod things like on your side, but like what meaningful modding could there be for this game? Yeah, no, like incredibly fun game loop. You know, the art and like what they do with different aspects of the Night Rain, the Elden Ring map is beautiful. It feels good to play. The music in this game, as always, are amazing. Plotline is fucking nonsense, whatever. But not nonsense to the point where I feel like it's obtuse and like, or rather it's insipid though. Yeah, like I said, definitely represents a game where like I really do hope they revisit this concept with more refinement and maybe a little more progression for the characters. I like it a lot. I really do. Immensely so. Ooh, here we go. This is the VR one here. Chronos. The First Dawn. This game, man, clears all this. Chronos is the Bloober game, their own IP they made up, with the Helm Ussie, for third-person survival horror, the time-traveling person like in the diving helmet thing. Gameplay feels very much a mix of OG Dead Space and OG Resident Evil 4. A plot line that I thought was very evocative. Good, another time travel plot line. I love the voice acting for the main character. How it transitioned with the course of the game was very, very interesting too. Yeah, no, this was awesome. This was deeply fun. Does it break the barrier here? Victorian RimWorld? I think so, yeah, it does. It was that good for me. Like I said, the atmosphere was impeccable. Just eerie, good sound design. Yeah. It worked. It really worked. More than Subnautica, though. Nope. And no. I enjoyed so many things this year. Yeah. Was it Stephanie Sterling when a tirade of surprise that Bloober, which they've torn down the past, produced a game? Yeah, no. I mean, Bloober's trying to do interesting things. Like I said, my experience with Bloober has been Layers of Fear, which... Layers of Fear is a game that exists. It is one step above, like, Spooky's jump scare factory or house, whatever. Or Spooky's mansion of jump... What the hell that game is, right? I know people misalign the medium, which I have not played, so I can't really talk too much about it, but... But yeah, no. Loved it. I can definitely see people bouncing off because it can be a very slow game, but I really do enjoy how meaty and how thick the combat felt. Like I said, it feels like Dead Space 1 and Resident Evil 4, where placement of your character, placement of your shots very much so matters. And, well, the combat was simple. There's a lot to do in it, I feel. Yeah. It was great. Oh, we're getting very hard now. Hell is Us. God. Hell is Us. I want so desperately this to be in the S tier, but I think it's hard for me to put it there because I'm willing to look past the combat that I felt was overall. I think a lot of people hate the game's combat. I thought it was just fine. Graphics were fine. It has Elias. Immaculate world building. I don't think I've never seen a world, or rather like a section of the Earth in its history so fleshed out and realized that Hell is Us. Like, I feel like I had a degree in the history of this. I forget the area it was called, but regardless, though, when we were done with this game, right? I really did, and I love the old school approach to this game, where it was a game where they say it straight at the bat. You will not be handheld. You're going to be basically thrown into here. No mini-map, no map. You got to figure things out for yourself. I thought to myself, man, this is going to be old school, right? And then it had the most dumbest fucking puzzles imaginable. Either puzzles that were so simple that I'm like, really? This can't be the solution. Or puzzles that use complete moon logic, I felt. Yep. So, what I wanted the most out of it was the aspect of, like, you know, the aimless wandering, but then getting the puzzles and puzzling out was not there, unfortunately. But I love the story to a point. I loved how it used much like, honestly, Metaphor and also Look Outside, how it used, like, the anxiety of people as a representation, like, it used, like, magic and monsters as a representation of the anxiety of human beings as a force to deal with, I thought was extremely cool. I liked a lot. I think it had a very unapologetic, definitely unblinking look at human brutality, what I thought was important for this kind of game, considering what it was depicting, a civil war, which you have to, I think. And it had one of the most evocative moments in this year, honestly. In that there was a section of the game that, for better or for worse, was supposed to be kind of like a metaphor. I mean, right, within the context of the plotline, it was a massive concentration tower. And beneath the tower was a mass graveyard of bones of all the people that were killed. And I don't know. I had a moment where I'm looking at this giant pile of bones, the context of how the people were killed in this place. I'm like, man, this is like just a drop in the bucket in comparison to, like, you know, what happened to our real world. And I think it did a good job of just trying to contextualize, saying people suffer for these insanely stupid reasons in our real world. I don't know. And, like, obviously I'm not trying to, like, compare someone going to, like, an actual concentration camp in our real world to, like, me just seeing, like, a bunch of, like, pixels of, like, skeletons. But, like, when you see that pile of skeletons, I deeply felt something in this game, and it worked there. And I think that's important, and I loved it for that. But then it kind of just ended. It didn't really have an ending. It was extremely anticlimactic in that there was, like, we had a goal, we kind of just did it, and the main bad guy of the game was kind of killed unceremoniously in a cutscene. And the game was playing this idea how our main character was, like, apparently he was sociopathic, so he didn't have emotions, so he wouldn't have, like, these monsters, like, spawn off because he had no emotions. But actually, in the end, he did. I'm like, what? And then it kind of just ended. So it definitely felt reeked of, ran out of money, let's end the game now, which kind of sucks. So it's a game where I feel like if they were to give a sequel with money, it can definitely be refined into something truly amazing. But it definitely had some shortcomings. But that world building was immaculate, and its way in which depicted a civil war in this kind of context was harrowing. And I think it's important. I liked it a lot. Lower than Sorry. Now, yeah. I liked it a lot, but man, it had some things that kind of, like, I think really hurt worked against it and what it was trying to do. What's this? You want to peek? You might want to peek at Lisa, Lisa the Painful Sunday, not to stream. I've seen Lisa suggest to me a lot, actually. Hers pretty good. I'm not afraid of shelving things. Oh, or talk about, like, you know, mature topics in a game. I'll talk about mature topics in the game, straight up. Oh, too unpleasant. I only play more. I don't think I've ever experienced that with a game, really. My heart is stone. I mean, I was practically gleeful playing through Last of Us 2, so it doesn't get much more unpleasant than that. So, or even some of the things I talked about in Hell Is Us. All right. Here's another biggie. Silksong. All right. Gameplay, immaculate. All right. Immaculate. Presentation, or sorry, immaculate. Music, I think I can recall one song in the game. But like I said, presentation for me can be either music or graphics or style graphics. And while Silksong's music I think is present and I think is fine for what it is, I think it's obviously its art is next level. Storyline, we're all pretending Silksong actually released, yeah. I found the storyline to be fine. I kind of prefer the more nebulous nature of the story of Hollow Knight. This one, I think it comes down to nature, the fact that Hornet is an actual like character, so she actually can interact with the world, so he can't be nearly as obtuse and like, you know, aloof as Hollow Knight was, which I think I kind of preferred. But it's still fine. I still enjoyed the world building. It's definitely triple S for me, easily. Now, how is it rate against Expedition 33 or and Death Stranding? Yeah, the Desolation, I think Hollow Knight was more made for more atmospheric story. Devin Sherman, yeah. Yeah, honestly, when I think of like where Silksong didn't deliver for me and didn't fire on all cylinders, I guess maybe the music, but it's not like the music was bad. It just was, you know, it was fine. It was in service to what it needed to be. For my skill level, I didn't have issues with it for the most part. Obviously, I had issues with Grawl until I locked in. So, yeah, no, I think if I'm gonna try and like, you know, really get granular here, it doesn't have any big glaring things for me, unlike the third act in Expedition 33, which again, the more I think about it, I'm like, man. Definitely hit. Good hype moments. You lost half an S when you filmed the maggots in Biowater. That's fair. You know, that's the thing though, Josh. Like, people who enjoy power fantasies like more so than I do will probably really enjoy, like, you know, doing all of Act 3 in Expedition 33 and then Rothel stomping the final boss. I would not like doing that. I would like to either do the final boss and then, like, you know, do stuff, or like I think I would like the third act to be more structured where I can do some of that stuff and then do final boss, you know? I feel like there are aspects in the third act as well that I think really should have just been story that you had to do, like the Reacher, all the characters, like, you know, final plot lines, which I think was important as well. Like, I'm assuming this new Verso plot line is probably important too. So I just think they should have just structured it. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, no, Silksong did not miss for me at all. Now, did it miss less than Death Stranding 2, though? Whew. As a complete package, an absolute complete package, firing in all cylinders, all fronts, I don't think Silksong for me clears Death Stranding 2. Like every single thing here is something that I'm like a little like on. Yeah, that was good. I think that's where we're at. Time for the dark horse. All right. So off stream, chat, I played through Metaphor ReFantazio. I had played a bit of it on stream and stopped streaming it because, like, I think we had hit a crisp or I think I stopped playing it because we'd hit Januscary. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I realized I don't think it was a good game for stream. Because while it's a good game, I think there are many portions of this game where nothing is fucking happening, and I could not make it interesting, so I stopped playing it on stream. I liked it a lot, but yeah. But regardless of that, though, around, I think, September or so, I started hitting it hard, and I got through it at, like, this game was, like, for me, like 130 hours, and I finished it, and I liked it a lot. Immensely so. Yeah. Now, does it get to this point, though? Where it fails me as a full package, I think. You know what? I'm looking more at... Sorry, I'm looking at this thinking, I'm trying to think my thoughts aloud, but like oftentimes my thoughts are just, what were the emotions I was feeling as I was going through this game here? Metaphor. All right. I like the gameplay a lot, but at times it definitely felt a bit sluggish to me. And at times I was definitely like rushing through an area trying to get to a point where I can just like one-shot them out of combat, which... I guess kind of defeats the point of it, even though I enjoyed the combat itself. But the plot line was very good, and you love the characters. I love doing the social link stuff. And I think overall, I mean, I've talked about this particular game ad nauseum, I think, on Twitter and Discord and elsewhere. And I like this message. It wasn't trying to solve problems of, like, you know, of society at a macro level, but at a micro level, you know? I think it was trying to, you know, use a metaphor of human anxiety to express, like, you know, a fantastical thing, but overall, you know, when we try and fix our problem, it must come from within, and I like that a lot. It resonated well with me, especially during this year where, you know, society fucking sucks. But I like it more than these ones, though. What I go back and play, or do I want other games to be like it? In that regard. Music was amazing. Its graphics are okay at best. Yeah. It's a solid double S for me because graphics were okay, but the music was good though. Voice acting was very good. I feel like I definitely got a deep sense of the characters. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, its art direction is very strong, but at a technical level, it doesn't really do much with it, right? Especially when you're going into like any of like the mainline dungeons, they're just very basic. Yeah. Yeah. The class system was fun, though I didn't find it nearly as deep as like something like Tactics though, because oftentimes it just felt like, oh, eventually you want all characters to kind of be like their top end type, right? For the most part. So I kind of just felt like there was an end game for every character as opposed to like other games where like I feel like you just kind of like, you know, there's a little more variety comes to like a class system. I liked it a lot though. It was up there for me. But I like it more than Final Fantasy 4 and 6. It's probably where does it clear, and I don't think it clears there though. Yep. Yeah, commits the cardinal sin of class spaces by including the Omega classes, yeah. Like, it would have been bad to have the Omega classes, but the problem is that you couldn't transfer their like top tier classes to other archetypes. So it's like, well, if you want those cool abilities, and that one you have to be in that class. So I don't know, for some of them anyway. So that was a bit of a letdown, I think, in that regard. But yeah, there we go. Hades 2. All right, here we go. Hades 2. Oh man. Okay. All right. We're immediately already in double S tier for me because like music amazing, art amazing. Honestly, art amazing. As I got deeper and deeper and deeper into like building the characters, like the different weapon types, the different like ways they can interact with like the boons and data lists. Oh my god. You can do some wacky stuff in this one with this one a lot. Yeah. I played the shell this. I did fully beat Hades 2, I'm pretty sure. I got the credits, I got the song. I think there's more to do afterwards, but I've not touched it since then because I was trying to move on to other things. But I could definitely play more of it. Yeah, no, I'm trying to think, and I love the plotline way more in this game. All right. If I played Hades 2 with the base ending, maybe, but I saw the ending. I think that was fixed, I think. And that made me feel some very deep emotions as you go through those events as they play out. If you know, you know. Yeah. Does it go higher than the blueprints, though? Maybe. I mean, I was 80 hours in. Is there another like set of credits after the first set of credits? But the game told me you need to kill this person and this thing this amount of times, and then we did it. And then we did it. Then they give you a bullshit not a bullshit. They give you a reason why you still keep on doing what you're doing. Which I thought was interesting and made more sense versus the previous game. But overall, I felt the plotline in this game was a lot more. Granted, at the end of the day, the plotline is very family-based, and I felt this family story was better and more personal than the first one overall. That is true. I have not found the fates yet. That is true. That there's more important plotline tied to finding the fates than I've not done that yet. But man, oh, also it goes into the Ben Starr tier because Ben Starr's Prometheus in this, right? Yeah, what are our Ben Starr games here? So far we have Expedition 33, Hades, Balatro, And we'll have Dead Take as well down here somewhere. Yeah, no, but do I like it more than... Alright. I think it clears this high easy. Oh, yeah, and he's Dice Dog in Tactics. He's Dice Dog in Tactics. You're right. You're correct. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. That feels good to me. All right. The year's 2029. All characters are Ben Starr. Oh, and fucking cause... Oh my god, you're right. All right. Expedition 33. Hades. You sure he wasn't a bug in this game? Balatro. Kazan. Dead Take and Tactics. Jesus, that's wild. Alright. Speaking of Tactics, here we are. Ooh, Final Fantasy Tactics. One of my favorites of all time. We're just gonna boop, 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 boop. Little unfair, because I already knew it's one of my favorite games of all time. Already knew that. Gonna easy clear everything here. Does it keep going, though? So at this point, I really need to consider, do I like what the remaster, or the redo, or whatever we're gonna call it, brings to the table? I really did enjoy the voice work a lot, actually. Immensely so. Does it go past Hades, though? I think it does. Yeah. Yeah, it do. Yeah, it do. But Ninja Gaiden Block is hard to beat, though. Like I said, those games rewrote my brain. Ben Starr and the Troy Baker trajectory. Well, so far, Ben Starr seems to be an alright dude. Troy Baker can be a bit of a knob. From what I've seen. He gets drunk on stage? That's unprofessional. Do not like. Yeah. I think also a factor that goes into what I'm liking in terms of like higher in the tier here. Could I just pick up the game and just keep on playing it from anywhere and just have fun with it? And the Ninja Gaiden games, yes, I can just pick them up and start playing. A new playthrough of Expedition 33 would hit just as hard. Silk Song, yeah. Death Stranding, man, yeah. I can pick up where I left off and just keep on like making roads and shit as well. When I really think about it, I'm really surprised where this was kind of heading right now. Yeah. 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 Moving on, I guess. Megabonk! I appreciate Megabonk was popular this year. I played it. I enjoyed it. But I think after about 10 or so hours of the game, I was like, I'm done. I don't think I need to see any more of it. It didn't have the same depth as other kind of games, so I think I enjoyed it more than these ones here. Yeah, kind of the same tier as The King is Watching. Yeah. That feels about right. Fun game, but obviously, I don't want to say disposable, but it did its job for its dollar value, I'd say. Absalom. If you guys have not heard or played this game, it's fucking incredible. Yeah, I'm not trying to like when I was saying those things about what do you call it? I'm not trying to like rip it like that. What game is this? Absalom is made by the people who made Streets of Rage 4. It is the 2D beat 'em up rogue light game, and it is exquisite. Because if Absalom wasn't even a rogue light game, it would still be fucking immaculate. It really is. But they found a way to kind of like weave in the replayability with the different like ways in which you build your characters in a Subnautica. Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah. I find the combat options way more satisfying than Hades. Yeah. Oh. Tactics though. I think it's at this point where I think Absalom, the music is so good, but like the plot line, I say Heismay's in this game actually. Yeah, the final boss, I'm at a point with the final boss where I'm like, cool, I learned a new mechanic. Let's go fight him again. Cool, I beat the mechanic. Oh, a new one. I died again. To the new thing I didn't know about. So it's just... Also, I'm not the biggest fan how it does difficulty in that it just gets harder as you unlock things, as opposed to like other games like this style where like you have a choice of like how hard you make the game. So I found that to be like, because I had a few good runs where like I got really good like stuff, and so I kind of blew through a lot of stuff and then got some unlocks. The game's like, cool, you unlock these amount of things, the game is now this harder, and I wasn't ready for that. So I had a couple runs where I just felt like I was just getting like completely just ass blasted. Yeah, it just made itself harder as it progressed, when these types of games typically have a thing where they go, cool, you can unlock a thing where you choose how hard you want it to be, which I think is a good way to kind of balance that. And you get resources based on difficulty. But this game's resources seem to like kind of just peter out early on. So yeah. You know what? The more I think about it, this game feels so incredible to play. Its music is great. The art is immaculate, but I think they failed in terms of metering out like long-term like progression that Hades does perfectly. So yeah. The more I think about, the more mad I get at this game's progression. The more progression, the more mad I get at it. I'm like it kind of like, for like a roguelike game, you max things out extremely quickly, and then like the game is just at max difficulty. I'm like, what do you mean I'm at max difficulty now? I'm not ready for that yet, you know? Yeah, and I think that was a misstep in this game's design. Yeah, I guess that's true. Some people can view Hades as being too slow. But like, I enjoyed how Hades kind of felt. I enjoyed the length at which Hades, meted out stuff. But I can definitely see how some people would say if it was too long. I just felt Absalom was way too quick. Yeah. But regardless of that, though, Absalom is still peak. Like, the combat feels so amazing. It feels so good. Hades pisses you off with the Eris curses to basically end your runs. What do you mean by that, the Eris curses? All right. Moving on. Ball X Pit. I'm not gonna lie, Venture Josh. You're like, there's like this micro roguelike game called Deepest Desktop Dungeon. I thought you meant Darkest Dungeon. I'm like, a small unknown game called Darkest Dungeon. The Eris, what's the Eris curse? That's the one where she one hit kills you. So each time you get through one of the major bosses, she gives you a blessing that makes you take 5% more damage and stacks another 5% after fight. Well, no. I kind of like that one. Wait, there's one where every single room you do 1% more damage, but you take 1% more damage. I think my best one ever was with that particular curse. Or is that like one of the keepsakes I'm thinking of actually? Oh, curses. We're not talking about keepsakes. My bad. Anyway, Bollocks Pit. This exists in the same space for me as Megabonk, in that, like, it's a cool idea, but, like, I don't think it really explores it enough, really. And after, like, I don't know, 20 runs, I was like, cool. I don't think I need to see anymore. I'm done. Which is fine. It was like a cheapish game. Like I got for free, but yeah. So yeah, definitely. I know a lot more people definitely were. This was a bigger hit for them due to the feeling of it, but yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of how you build your town, but it doesn't feel good overall. Yeah, I also too wanted to like Bollocks Pit. It never got crazy to me. It never got insane. Maybe it can, but like it didn't get insane quick enough for me. So I like my roguelites of this action tier to get like at some points just become absolutely bonkers insane. But never quite got there for me, sadly. Kind of like Peglin. Peglin gets insane. Even though Peglin's a little bit different, of course, but... Start playing yourself? That's what I like! when I luck into or at least I choose a thing where it starts playing itself. I don't know. I never got there, though. So it definitely exists. Like, it's definitely a cool idea that I think was fully realized, but did not work for me. Oh well. All right. We'll do one more, then go on a break, and probably our last leg of this whole experience. Mortal Sin! A game I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who played here. But it was fun, though. This is an interesting indie first-person melee-ish kind of like roguelite game where you go through just a gauntlet of rooms, beating the shit out of things, and there is like 16 different character classes, each have their weapon types, and it was fun. It definitely, like, you know, I guess I was just complaining how I kind of wish that Bollocks Pit would let me go crazy. I think Mortal Sin let me get crazy too soon, so I kind of got a little bored of it. I don't know. Like, the design is cool. I mean, it has a character that's supposed to be just like Berserk or Guts, so but it definitely exists in the space here of like, I think your idea was fully realized. I appreciate it. But I got out of it what I wanted within the... I played full release, yeah. I think I enjoyed it more than these other ones, though. Yeah. Of these ones here, definitely enjoyed it of, like, yeah. That's fun. Decent music, decent art design. Liked it enough, but one night of that was good enough for me. Also a review code as well. would I have liked it better if I bought it? No. I don't think I think I let a game affect my preference for it, whether I like it or dislike, or whether I bought it or not. Like, obviously, there's like not in the sense of like, oh, I'm giving them a nice review because they gave me a game for free, or more so, I feel like I need to justify my money or feel bad that I wasted money. So. I'm not with. Oh well, I mean, again, this is for gacha games that, you know, another similar games that. Where is it? Where When Meats is gonna be popped in there too, probably when we get to it. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. No, Adventure Josh is joshing. All right. Anyway, we're gonna continue on with more of this. We're actually almost done here. But I gotta pee, and looks like next up is Ghost of Yotei. So, either way, I'll be right back. I'll see you all in a few minutes, and as always, enjoy the tunes. Let's play some of this stuff. All right, everybody, welcome back for a bit more OBG and a bit more of the end of the year tier. This is going longer than I thought it would, but that's okay. That's fine. Okay. All right, where were we here? Where were we? There we go. Ghost of Yote. Man, this one was a banger too. Some trash ghost game. Yeah, I think for me, this immediately goes into SS territory. Mostly because I love the world. I love the art, the music. The gameplay was very, very strong. honestly extremely strong. I enjoyed. Yeah. Yeah. But it doesn't get up to SSS for me, mostly because I'm not saying on its face. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I liked it that much. Revenge stories are hard to do. They really are. Because unless you do something insanely out of pocket, which probably won't work, a revenge story can really only end one of two ways, right? Either the character gets revenge. I get right. Some permeations. Gets revenge. I feel good. Gets revenge. I feel bad. Or doesn't get revenge. I feel good. Doesn't get revenge. I still feel bad. Yeah. So, I'm not saying revenge stories are done. Gets revenge. Yeah. It's not done. It's that a revenge story is, I think, hinges on basically the intensity of the emotion and the acting of the experience, right? Which is why The Last of Us 2, for me, hits so hard because the acting and the tension and the payoff is so good, for me anyway. I feel like in Ghosts of Yotei, I saw where they were going with A Mile Away, and I don't think Erika Ishii's acting was good enough to support what they're doing with it. I love her. Sorry, I love them. I really do. But I think she's a good actor. I'm so sorry. They are a good actor. But I don't think they're strong enough to what that game wanted to do. Even though what it did was very telegraphed. So I was able to enjoy her. I keep on saying her. I'm very sorry. Well, I guess Atsu's a her, so I did enjoy Atsu's aura farming moments a lot, and they were earned. But in terms of like being a revenge story, it did not hit for me. Where again, something that was again another revenge story, Last of Us 2, peak storytelling. Again, it comes down to, I think, just the tension, the emotion, the acting, the writing, just like it just didn't work for me. I'm very sorry. But beyond that, though, gameplay was amazing. Vibes, music, atmosphere. It definitely fires off in all those ways, but the storyline for me just did not quite get there. Again, that's not me like, writing off revenge stories, but they have an uphill battle, I think, overall. Very sorry for that cough there. Uphill battle, but yeah. I believe Erika Ishii does, yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why for me, games are a magical piece of art, Neon, where you can have a actually really bad story, but the gameplay is peak, then good game. Or you can have a game where the gameplay is kind of meh or bad, a good story can save it. But for the purpose of the list, the things here have like almost no downsides by my estimation. Good story, good gameplay, good presentation. It's got the trifecta. And I would love to put Ghost up there, but I feel like its writing did not reach the heights of other similar revenge-based stories. So that is why. But that said, though, it was such a good game in pretty much every other, like, respect that it goes very high in double S to the point where it goes right below the 2 games that rewrote my brain. So here we go. So yeah, loved it. All right. But yes, Outer Worlds 2. I think Outer Worlds 2, I've not beaten it yet, but I think I've done like more than half at this point off stream. I figured it felt like it was a game that was not going to work for stream for some whatever reason. It just did not seem like people were responding well to it, but I was enjoying it. As someone who enjoyed the first game and thought it was fine, I think this Outer Worlds 2 is a game that's definitely an improvement in every way over the first game. But, you know, at the end of the day, though, is it not Bethesda? Is it Obsidian at their best at their New Vegas levels? I don't think it is still, unfortunately. And so the gameplay does feel the gunplay does feel very good, though I will say it definitely exists in that realm where it definitely balancing is rough because it feels like anything on hard becomes insanely over spongy and anything below hard becomes like insta kill, so there's no in between there. So yeah. So I think it doesn't quite hit S for me at all. I think definitely A tier. Good work. I think I definitely enjoyed Slither way more. I think that's a good delineation there. Yes, give me a new Revengeance, please. Just inject that shit into my veins. So yeah, there it goes. Drive Beyond Horizons. We played this for a stream. It's early access. It definitely has its followers. I can definitely see where they're going with this game. But it definitely needs... It needs so much more work. I don't even know if it's appropriate even rated here, honestly. If I'm not gonna give like a review for Jump Ship because it's a demo and Graveyard because I feel like I barely even scratched the surface of the game, I feel like Drive Beyond Horizon, I feel like I maybe shouldn't as well. It's a game where you kind of leave your house and then you kind of drive on a highway in literally one direction and then just stop for any time you meet a point of interest, which, sure. And you kind of build your car up with a lot more granularity than versus like things like Pacific Drive. I think it's closer to My Summer Car, but you know, I'm inclined maybe to not rate that one, honestly. Not until I played it again where it's in further development. So yeah, I'm gonna skip that one. Where Winds Meet? Oh. I wish it wasn't a free-to-play game. It'd be amazing if it was. But as it stands, it exists in this space where there's just a million little things, a million little design choices that are there to exist to pick and pull at you to want to spend money at it, when at the core it has extremely fun you know, Dark Soul again exists between Soul style and character action game where there's good animations, good like combat. It's a good combat system, but it just doesn't have all the core things. Like you have to like farm healing items. It's like it's might not be an issue, But the problem is that I think for this game, for me to be fun, I need to like play it on the hardest difficulty, but you can't lower that once you like choose that difficulty. So if you kind of get stuck on a boss, you're kind of fucked. You have to go buy healing items or go farm them, and I don't like doing that for the most part. Getting like, you know, doing one quest caused like a million like things to explode. Like, oh, you unlock this, unlock this, unlock this currency, this currency, this currency. A million one, like the UI is a fucking nightmare. Because again, it's a, you know, free to play game. It's trying to in the same space as Genshin. And every time like I'm like, you know, on social media and I see a post from it, I'm like, oh, this game now has building from not Breath of the Wild, from Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, what? It has flying. It has like everything. Like this game feels like it just has every. It feels like it's Roblox but for developers. They just put every other game inside of it. It's wild. It's crazy how overdeveloped it is when at its core has a very good combat system that, you know, again, is not the focus, of course. But, oh well. Makes me sad. But anyway, moving on. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, translation was whatever. I mean, I've had people on social media say it's a very good story, but like, I feel like a lot of, again, this is not like me like passing judgment, but a lot of like, you know, games that take place in ancient China assume that the player knows Chinese history. I do not know Chinese history. So when they start talking about people and places, I know context. That's not a complaint. It's just more so an observation. Like, it's hard. It's a harder barrier of entry for me, right? So, and I don't know if like how much they should try and if they're trying to sell the game in the West, try and ease some of that a player into that, of course. But I feel like I'm just lost in it, right? Just read Romance of Three Kingdoms and Outlaws of the Marsh and come back to those 4,000 pages. Yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, that's a lot. Journey to the West. So that's always like, I want to get into those kind of games because the setting seems cool, but like I just don't even know where to begin with, like, you know, who these people are and what's going on and what's like the different, like, you know, factions at play. Like, it's just so impenetrable, it feels like sometimes. So it's a lot. And yes, the whole thing where, oh God, it feels weird. When we were playing, what was it? Those older games that, you know, you had us play, Josh, Pagan or whatever. Not Pagan. Ultima, where we talk to NPCs by typing in keywords. I like doing that. That was actually kind of fun because I feel like I'm an investigator. But then this game does something kind of like that, where you talk to these NPCs, and the point is that NPCs are LLMs, and they are too waiting for you to say a specific, you know, series of things, and then they'll give you stuff. But it's different. It's just different. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that, like, you know, AI can't not glaze you, so they all have the same personality, you know? Yeah. It's like the idea on its face seems cool, but implementation just, I don't know. I'm not gonna say it seems slimy, but like, just something about it just does. I feel like there's a space where a developer could create a character who is an AI like that and really train the fuck out of it, so it's really constrained within a certain scope, you know, and that could be fun and interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the LM, it doesn't really feel like you're trying to figure out the intended story for the character. Yeah, it feels like you're trying to manipulate ChatGPT and letting you do what you want. Yeah, that's it. Again, that comes down to, again, the how I like using keywords in Ultima because, like, I feel like I'm investigating. I feel like I'm talking to a character, you know? So yeah. The underplayed implementation. Yeah, it's not good. I talked to one character for a little bit. It's like, I feel like I'm just talking to ChatGPT. So, again, I think that I do think there is space where that could be interesting, but it needs to be heavily focused upon, not just kind of just slapped in there as an extra thing. Yep. Yeah, you don't really have the tools to get language models to stay inside constraints currently. That is fair. I don't know exactly what all that entails, but I will take your word for it, but sure. Yeah. Welcome to... yeah. I wish they can just, like, not glaze us, you know? Make an LLM be mean, all right? Make it be mean. If I say something stupid, let it tell me I'm stupid. I don't mind that. All right, anyway. Ooh, here we go. Dispatch. To the top with ye, Dispatch. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Immediate SS. Love the art of this game. Voice acting. The music was... Even when I was playing the non-copyright music, it hit. It was, like, so well, like, placed. And all of, like, Prism songs or Thought Squad songs, like, I'm a strong one to make a pound cake. So fucking good. Oh. Man, I played Dispatch again with my wife, and it hit just as hard. When Chase says, keep up, oh my god, I cry every time. Bitch, you blind forever. Hose the Press was a good song, too. Hey, Oko. Did I like it more than Chronos? I think I did, honestly. Subnautica? Yeah. Yeah, no. Honestly, Dispatch, like, clears so hard. Past Ghost, though? Very few things are going to pass, I think, past this little block right here. But also, great thing about Dispatch is, like, the actual, like, gameplay of it makes it so much better for me versus most Telltale games. I think what it is about Dispatch, I finally felt seen, because Dispatch, it's Twilight for boys. It's Twilight for boys. It's what it is, all right? Robert is my awesome self insert, and there's two hot girls who are fighting over me. Yeah, so Twilight wasn't for boys. I mean, I'm assuming it's mostly for girls. You are in fact gay. You are gay. You don't like it when two women fight over? Yeah, I guess it makes sense. That makes sense, I suppose. Yeah. But yeah, no. Even despite, you know, not having, like, you know, to pick between the two beautiful women who want to bang your main character, the writing was so good. The voice acting was so, like, honestly, Aaron Paul is it blows me away how he was not up. Okay, all right. Maybe now that Dispatch will be up for next, I don't know what the fuck the Game Awards is doing. It's up for next year's awards. Maybe Aaron Paul will be up for it, because he was so good as Robert. It's insane how good he was. He was insane. He's, like, so effortlessly good as Robert. It's insane. So effortlessly good. Well, I know they did, but I'm pretty sure like Jeff Keighley's come out and said that Dispatch will be available for next year too, which is it's weird because I really feel like they should have like the Game Awards like take place in maybe January, right? That way any games that come out like late November, early December can be part of it more realistically. Of course, now we know why it takes place in mid-December. That way, whatever wins can be a Christmas gift. Right? Oh, yeah. For people who are just coming in right now, whatever, if you want to, you can do some, like, your own voting for this. Oh, that's the wrong thing. By going to here. Careful with your choice, 'cause I believe once you put a choice in, it is locked in. That's how we know that Thoth believes that Corpse Killer belongs as the game of the year. But yeah, so far, my triple S picks have been Expedition 33, Silk Song, and Death Stranding 2, with the leftmost one the one most likely for me to get Game of the Year, but I have been changing and massaging things as we're going through here, so it's not set in stone yet. But like essentially it comes down to how, as we get higher up, how much like, all right, my own like criteria has definitely been broken down at this point, but like once we're in this area here, it feels like how much in all cylinders I think this game is firing that I really can't think of any downsides for me. And Expedition 33 would probably be ahead of these two, but I do think its third act is, for me, a detriment, unfortunately. Anyway. Okay. Dispatch. Just below Ghost of Yotei, I think. Yeah. I loved it that much. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, now we're essentially kind of hitting the past month, really, it seems like. Visage. This will be our first D game. Game of the... I can see the thought process of Visage. I can see why people glaze it, but my experience with it was not that in the slightest. It did, before we got to the bad part for me, accomplish something that horror games rarely do for me nowadays, and instilled actual dread in me to explore the space. But unfortunately, when we start like collecting game mechanics, it kind of fell apart, because as I was trying to fight with its very unique style of inventory, is what I'll call it, inventory management and sanity and light mechanics, I basically just kept on getting killed over and over again by the chaser. And after like 5 deaths, I definitely lost literally all interest to explore further, because it just basically the dread deflated, unfortunately. That's why I always say, if you're gonna make your horror game with like that's supposed to be spooky and have jump scares, have game mechanics, you better like make sure they're good game mechanics. It's the same shit like this why Scorn failed a bit, because while Scorn I think had a fun, interesting setting, obviously it's, you know, taking Geiger's work as like as a art style and just running with it, but whatever. But I liked that setting. I liked what it's trying to tell. But it had like sections where you had weapons and they were not good. They felt bad to me, and so it detracted from the whole experience. So I would much rather you just try and make your game be a game where you just kind of like walk about, get some scripted and sculpted jump scares, and tell your story. Unless you know how to handle a monster that chases your character, don't do it. Don't do it. It's I will say though, for some players, I think despite getting grabbed 10 times, they might still be scared of the game, and that's awesome. I wish I was still there in terms of horror games, but I find that experience to be incredibly deflating. So any game that looks to do something different from just constant enemy that chases you, and if you fuck up, especially when we start adding in gameplay mechanics, I go, I don't think it's streamers, Jay. I think just people just play. No, I mean, yeah, streamers gonna play a lot of games, but yeah, 2 constant enemies that chase you. 2, you say? I mean, Me-Side has a section where you're chased by like, I don't know, 3 or 4 like enemies that are kind of like the blind weeping angels from Doctor Who, a mechanic that's used in like so many horror games, but it didn't suck in this game because like they were cool and creepy, much like how they're implemented in the DLC for Resident Evil 8. They kind of have some cool animations. It's very easy to run from them, but they're always present, and they always make you feel like you're about to get caught, but you never do. So you can do it. You just need it. It just needs to be good. It just needs to be good. I'm not a developer, but like it's just yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. If the chaser catches you, you need to have it be interesting. Because if you're just like gonna drop in the chase again, you know, the tension is released, and okay. Again, that's why like I always feel. I think the first Outlast game does it really well. Its sequel not so much, but the first Outlast game for the most part has so many chase sequences I think work so well, and then few games are able to pull it off, I feel. Yep. Anyway, Visage. I'll give it's not a total failure because I think there was a design philosophy that works for some, and beyond Liminal Core, I think it's not enough. It's not enough. It's a D, not enough for me. Yep. Every time the chaser chases you, catches you, the game charges you $1 to play again. Oh my god, that's so scary. Add real stakes, yes. Add real stakes. Every time the chaser catches you, a big dude comes out from behind and punches you in the throat. Fear the big dude. All right. Anyway, Eclipsium. Awesome game. To the top with ye. Eclipsium was a horror game that was very stylized graphic-wise. It told a very evocative, obtuse, but I could feel the emotion of the story deeply, and had some moments of music and presentation that were just other fucking worldly. Like, it was something special. It really was. Yeah. Every time the chaser chases you or catches you, Dag gets closer to your vicinity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and Eclipseum's a game. All right, Eclipseum is not the scariest. It has like a couple of spooks here and there. And more so is, sorry, excuse me, trying to like delve more so on like the horror of the moment and the pressure of like, you know, what you're in. But like it has almost no mechanics to speak of for the most part. Just some very simple puzzles here and there. But like the presentation is completely like otherworldly. Yeah, the eye scene when I forget her name, or when she, I think it's just she, when she's looking at you. Oh my god, what an incredible scene! Truly incredible. And then the painting puzzle, yeah, or like the puzzle where like the screen is split. Like I can think of like multiple sections climbing in the pig factory, or like when we were like falling through eternity when that music with like that hard ass fuck music was playing. Oh my god. Crazy. Insane. Everything the game should be. Something only a game can do. Loved it. Loved it. Pig Parade, yeah. The Pig Parade was just like... Yeah, there was something just so eerie and unsettling with the Pig Parade. Yeah, it just... Yeah. Honestly, Josh, I have been considering Baba Is You because I do crave puzzles. I do crave puzzles that don't treat me like an idiot, and Baba Is You seems to do that. Okay. All right. Ooh, sorry, excuse me. Where are we at now? One cool thing about Baba Is You can kind of just play until you get walled so hard you don't want to play anymore. If you just stop there, you'll have a great experience. Crosscode, all right. All right, next game, Out of Sight. This was a second-person horror game. It was more juvenile in nature, but I think it was fully realized. It actually had fun chase sections because the point of the chase wasn't really to like, you know, be caught. But I still felt a little like, oh, I don't want to get caught during them. They were fun in that they weren't from your character's eyes. Good, cute voice acting, I think, from actual children. I don't think it was S though. Voice acting was good. Art was fine. I don't think it was like terribly like innovative though. Despite like the use of using the bear as your eyes, I thought it was fine. A good solid B, maybe right below as Hell Is Us, maybe. Was it my same list? You have 10 games and S or above. 30 and A to D. And everything else. Another 4. Fair enough. Just have higher standards than I do. All right, next one is Ludo. Oh man, Ludo was so good. Ludo was a horror game that was about dealing with grief and the depression of kind of being locked into your home by choice after in dealing with grief in a very surreal, metaphorical way. Minor puzzling, very good. Very good spoops. Initially, the game definitely felt like it was trying to be more Stanley Parable-esque, which I think it definitely it was very meta in that regard. Yeah, I think it definitely involves in like this lower S tier horror. I don't think it reaches the heights of Eclipseum. I definitely enjoyed it. There you go. The air freshener. Oh, yeah. The air freshener is such a clever, dumb little thing as a consistent source of scaring you. And then the moment it doesn't go off, or you're downstairs, you hear it go off, it's so clever. So good. Air freshener was top tier enemy. That's how you make your chaser and your hunter monster scary in a horror game. Make it an air freshener that never moves. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All right, Dead Take. Dead Take. Is there our last Ben Star game, I think? I think it is, yeah. Dead Take was a series of fun Resident Evil tier puzzles, escape room kind of like situations with spooks, with very acid flippy feeling kind of like environments. That part of the game was serviceable, just fine. Would have been honestly mostly forgettable if it wasn't for the fact that the game had some very fun FMVs from very noble voice actors like Ben Starr, Neil Newman, or Newbon, I should say. Travis, was it Welling? I get Travis' last name. Laura Bailey. Chick who played Malevola from Dispatch, I forget her name. Alana Pierce, I think it is. Alana. But William, oh yeah, thank you. Honestly, the one clip of Ben Starr in this game where his character freaks out at his partner and accusing her of trying to fuck his career, honestly was like so out of pocket and raw and felt even more like, you know, like, oh my god, this guy has such good range versus like the I want to die scene for when he did Verso and Exorcist 33. Like that scene, like, oh my god, this guy has got some, assuming of course he's not tapping into a real part of his personality. Damn, I seen him play such a sweet beam, but him going directly into like, oh my god, this is like pure asshole Hollywood, like, you know, douchebag, but like beyond that, someone who's want to like you do whatever it takes. Oh my god, that was a good one, real good, out of pocket. I thought that was so good as a showcase as acting ability. But regardless, though, those couple scenes I don't think saved this game that much. It was fine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, Silent Hill F. I don't know if I should be like reviewing this one yet or not, honestly. I need to play it more, honestly. But what I played of, which was the first playthrough, was very fun and very good. And I think a very extremely worthy aspect of Silent Hill. Now, I think it clears A easily. Does it clear S though? Storyline, amazing. Like, I really just knowing just the sliver of more context from the like going a big toe into the second playthrough makes it everything go, oh wow, okay, that recontextualized so good. So yeah, that's good. Graphics were fantastic, gross as shit. Love the cutscenes. Combat, man. Well, I mean, as a Japanese woman living in the 1960s, Red, I definitely identified with Silent Hill F intimately. Intimately. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely, yeah, it's no small task just to get through all of this. I do want to get through more of that, but man. This one seems like underrated. I don't know. I mean, like, all right, the Holy Trinity is 1, 2, 3, right? Straight up, the Holy Trinity is 1, 2, 3. 4 is, by some included. I'm not the biggest fan of 4, but if people like 4, I get it. And then we have what? Downpour and Homecoming? Sure. And then after that, I think people like Origins, right? Or is a Shattered Memory. One of those two is actually enjoyable. But like, and then we have Ascension. What was that free one on the PlayStation? Yeah. So I feel it belongs like with at least the first 4, honestly. Having not played Shattered Memories, well, I've heard people go both ways in that one. But yeah, no. But anyway, F though. Combat, man. Combat seems to be, people seem to either hate the combat or think the combat is just fine, which I think is probably, you know, how most Silent Hills are. I liked how it felt. The hit stop in this game felt very good to me. I like that she felt like a badass. I think that was kind of the point. I think you're trying to exhibit her rage at the situation she was in. But is it clear S, though? Do I like its story more than I like Kazan's gameplay? You like women who can throw hands. Me too, brother. Me too. Does it clear the Kazan barrier, though? Kazan's gameplay is peak, but everything else is just kind of like, okay. You know what? I think Silent Hills F's gameplay is a little more than just okay. And the story is peak, and the music is peak. This part, good, yeah. Good, yeah. It's going the distance here, chat. F is going the distance, I think. The Drifter, ooh, Drifter is... Actually, when I think about it, Drifter and Silent Hill F definitely exist in the same space for me. In that decent enough gameplay that I liked, that I did not think was a downside at all. Really good writing and presentation. But it's going to be hard to clear these other things, though, in that regard. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, more playthroughs of F could push it further. Who knows? Maybe I'll play through F on my off stream, and then I'll come to the next end of the year tier with a full playthrough review of F, and I'll add it in there. Hey, if the Game Awards could have Dispatch in 2 years, I could have Silent Hill F in 2 years. I think this is where F lands for me, ultimately, at the lower end of Double S. Yeah, I think that's where it goes. And now we have Monument Valley, which was a cute little puzzle game from Josh. It was a couple hours. Soma is amazing, all right? I love Soma. Soma is a game that, again, exists and was like, fuck, cool. Never again, please. My heart can only take so much. Existential dread. This was a cute little puzzle game, not too tough, but I think it gets by with a lot of like gravitas and the music and the presentation. Probably lower end A for me, I would say, for this one. Or maybe higher in B. I definitely like tells us more than that. Yeah, that's probably where that goes, I'd say. That's fine. Ooh, here we go. Actually, maybe we should do unpacking next. Unpacking! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Unpacking was very different. Unpacking was something else entirely. Again, unless you want to, you know, say, like, doing action packing your things as you move about, like, you know, your life, and means that unpacking as a game doesn't serve a role. Yeah, I think it's around here somewhere. Yep. To get Black Star, you have to put every item in an unacceptable location. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. I like that. S tier, but I think that's kind of where it remains for me. A height of gaming that I think other games should aspire to, but yeah, it doesn't reach the heights of other ones though for me. All right. So we're gonna skip mentioning Graveyard Keeper because I don't think I got the full scope of Graveyard Keeper. I think we stopped playing it right before it got like to like the point where I think we get the meat of the game. So I don't think I had a fair assessment of it. Jump Ship, I did the demo and I didn't feel comfortable like rating that, especially if we're not going to do the Pragmata demo here as well. And also Drive Beyond Horizons early access. I feel like I barely even scratched the surface of that other early access, so I can wait till that's more finished possibly. All right, Routine. Holy shit, Routine deeply surprised me. Yeah, as a horror game, oh my god, it is extremely memorable. It has such a unique style about it, and the way it goes about, like, we were talking about when it comes to the was it Cabin Factory, how I think a good horror game goes to lengths to try and like distract you as the player, and while Vidget does it wrong by having you interact with bad inventory management, Routine, my god, it has this very fun to use like device, which to me felt very Fatal Frame-esque actually, to interact with the world that never felt like a hindrance at all, but yet also act as a way to distract me from the horror. And so I had to use it, and it was perfect. It had two major chase sections. The first one wasn't too scary. It was mostly inoffensive because, like, you're going in your own area. The AI system would, like, basically take control of one robot. The robots were pretty much easy to walk around, run away from. You could zap them. It wasn't too bad. The other section, though, I think was a chase section or being hunted section that was done perfectly. You had a monster that would patrol around, right? It could kind of hear you. It didn't know where you had perfect knowledge of where you are at all times. And more importantly, sometimes it would just stop and not move and just wait for you. Maybe. Along with having scripted and sculpted jump scares with it too. And sometimes it was invisible, and sometimes it wasn't invisible. And the device you had allowed you to see it when it was invisible. And he played with that too. It was fucking perfect. Sorry. It was utterly perfect. And how they built up to that segment, oh my god, amazing. No, Routine cooked so hard. It is a perfect distillation. I think maybe it was a hair too long possibly, but even then, like, it's a horror game where I would recommend to anyone who is even slightly interested in horror games. Yeah, it goes. Does it go higher than this though? What? What is routine missing for me to not give it triple S? What is it missing? The plot line was obtuse. Obtuse plot lines aren't a bad thing for me. I like obtuse things, especially. Wow, so sorry. If I feel like the obtuseness is not meant for the sake of being obtuse, but because like they want to instill a sense of mystery where you put gaps in, but at the end of the day, the people who made the story know the full story. They just want you to kind of like, you know, be in the moment of the story as opposed to just having everything just given to you plot-wise, because might not be the important point of the plot line, kind of like Evangelion. Evangelion, Anno knows how all the angel shit works, but most of the lore of the angels isn't in Evangelion. The point of Evangelion are the characters and their interactions with each other and how they grow and like blah blah, right? So the aspects of the plot of Evangelion that's there feel evocative and mysterious, but they feel like it's a whole package. Do I feel that way about routine? Do I feel like all this space mushroom shit has a full like idea behind it, and just select pieces of the story was left behind to instill mystery when another point of the plot line was more important for my character? It's a hard thing because I'm on this side of the storytelling, right? It's a hard thing to kind of like determine that, you know? I feel like I would have liked more about the space mushroom shit. I think I would have. Because I don't think, in lieu of that not being fully explained, there was other aspects of the story emotionally to kind of carry the burden of the plot, you know? Well, it was like a fungal colony thing. I don't know. That was like doing the whole annihilation thing where it was like copying people and blah-de-blah. Apparently it was a true ending we didn't get, but yeah. Yeah. In a vacuum, forget about it. Yeah. Yeah, well, I feel like Eclipsium definitely had like this absolute gravitas of a plot line I think was fully realized, but they chose to tell it purely the metaphor. Its gameplay was, you know, existent. Routine, I think the gameplay for the horror was very well tuned, and the chase or the hunted segments were perfect, were pitch perfect for that kind of game. So that puts it above me for Eclipsium, but the storyline being, I think, a little sparse and not for a good reason, I think, keeps it from getting higher than the Phantom Pain story-wise. Yeah. Yeah, no, like, I really enjoyed interacting with the cat gun thing a lot, actually. And, like, the more I think about it, the more it feels like Fatal Frame, which I need to play more of those. Fatal Frame is also a very good use of, like, distracting the player without being annoying, to spook you. So, yeah, good shit. Good shit. All right, Isla. Isla had so many good ideas, but I think its execution definitely lacked. And I think it having a final boss fight was so weird and so off base with what it revealed at the end. Yeah. Definitely C tier for me. Yeah, that feels fine. I like how it had how it had like different, like, let's have a thing where we do like this little bite-sized segment of a different type of game, because within the context of what's happening within Isla, we are a character that is, testing a AI that is like, making horror little vignettes for or vignettes for our character. And I would have liked those little bite-sized game things to be a little more representative of our character's mental state. And it feels like the further we went in, they did that, but it wasn't like a full experience of it being like that. It was more so, it's like objects within them were more so representative of what was going on with our character. And at the very end, we got the full like lore dump of like what was happening. So I don't know. I did enjoy a lot these segments between the bite-sized segments of game where we discussed and talked to Isla. I thought those are very fun. But overall, it was fine. It was fine. Better than Visage. All right, then. Look outside is a F for me. So I haven't beat it yet. This game could possibly completely and utterly shit the bed. F as in not finished. F as in for Frankie. Yes. No. Art-wise, love it. Love the music. Gameplay-wise, I haven't played many RPG Maker games, so I'm guessing they all kind of oscillate around the same like thing. Though, by guessing what you can massage as a developer is kind of like, obviously like any feedback, how things look and whatnot, and the balancing, of course. Or I guess maybe RPG Maker has more strength than that, I suppose. But regardless, though, I do enjoy the combat itself. It feels like it's a very your characters have builds. I do enjoy that immensely. So, and obviously, we've only like unlocked 3 characters. There's way more characters in the game to define, I believe. It pushes pretty hard, yeah. You can ultimately do pretty much anything in RPG Maker, but the further you stray from what's provided, the less it makes sense, yeah. It definitely enters the SSS tier for me. No question in my mind. In terms of what's providing, it is something else entirely. Like, the gameplay as a turn-based RPG is better than any, like, again, I'm not saying it's other games are older, but like I enjoyed its gameplay way more than like the Final Fantasy I played, way more than honestly, I think I like it more than Metaphor. Honestly, I like Metaphor a lot, but its gameplay is more enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, the resource management in Look Outside scratches a specific part of my brain so much. It really feels like I'm making... Granted, my characters right now have a massive stockpile of stuff. It really feels like I'm still making meaningful choices because you realize right away just how finite everything in the game really is, right? Very finite, and it does it in a beautiful way like that Resident Evil does. Resident Evil is a game where it's about resource management, but when you get down to it, you have more than enough you need in a Resident Evil game to basically destroy everything in the game. It's a matter of making you feel like there is not enough. Yeah. Oh, we were talking about the Final Fantasies earlier, Oku. I like 4 and 6. Like, the reasons why I don't like 6, 4 has. The reason I don't like 4, 6 has, right? And I was saying how I wish I'd played 6 when I was younger because, like, I think Kefka would have hit for me as a character more so than he does now because, like, I really don't like the fact that, like, while the Ruined World is an incredible experience overall and it feels fresh even today, I don't like how Kefka just disappears from the plot. He just, like, disappears. Like, so we don't even learn anything about him. So I feel like he just becomes a nothing bad guy. You know, he's the he gets a lot by on pure, like, you know, good lines, you know, good design, good moments when he's there. But, like, I wish he was a consistent asshole that kind of popped up here and there in the Ruined World. I was hoping he'd pop in more. And I think as a full package, the story of 4 is very good. But it doesn't... 4 doesn't have the Ruined World, which I thought was a very evocative set piece for exploring in a JRPG. So... liked it a lot. Liked them a lot. So far, Look Outside has not let me down. Granted, Look Outside's individual character plot lines is not that strong in terms of, like, well, honestly, I mean, all right, I'm thinking. Does it deserve to be in Triple S? Does it? In terms of turn-based combat, it's between it and Expedition. It's hard for me to pick which one I like more. I like them both because of how varied the builds can be and how you can make your characters play so differently. Sorry. Music, both are very, very good. Obviously, the music in Expedition 33 is just, like, next level, but there's so many good tunes in Look Outside, and so many good, like, hype moments and things that set the stage. The resource management feels very, very good. Writing is very strong in Look Outside as well. Granted, our characters are... they feel like, again, our main character is just a self-insert, which I'm not the most fond of nowadays. Yeah, honestly, okay. But does Look Outside have any deficiencies, for me anyway, that meet the same level as, like, the third act that Expedition 33 does? Yeah, I mean, it has a plot, but the plot is... I mean... it has a plot in so much as, like, a game where, obviously, you're trying to achieve a goal, but your main character isn't really a character, can have a plot, so... that's hard for me to, like, you know, feel fully behind when I prefer to have characters who are full-blown characters, you know? Yeah. And I guess it comes down to, do I prefer that? Is that something like I can say that's fine and put it over Extra 33? I don't know, honestly. I don't think so, honestly. I think that's where it goes at the moment, anyway. I think it's where it goes. Straight up. Obviously, after a few playthroughs and seeing more stuff in the game, I could have a different opinion, of course, but I think that's where I want it, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, for me, as we get up here, it's more how perfect I think the game is, or for me, or more so how much the good aspect I think it props up the things that are lesser. And man, it's hard. It's getting hard here. Let's move on for now. Her Story. This was a Venture Josh Patreon game pick. This was a very unique game. This is a game where you watch F tier for female. No. Freaky. I think overall, I liked this a lot. I liked how I felt like I was really kind of like investigating, right? I like how we were looking up keywords, trying to find information with the spelling. I feel like I was actively trying to discover things. I thought that was very cool. I think it goes in the A tier. I wish it was deeper, I guess. I wish there was more plot to discover, but we kind of like, you know, had an idea of which girl was which, sort of, maybe. And then kind of had like the final message she made. I'm like, well, that's kind of it. And then, yeah. Underbaking that worked. Yeah, that's kind of a good way to put it. Underbaked that still kind of worked overall. It definitely had its moments of like, what the fuck? Or I definitely had a grander scope of her plot line, or grander scope of like her it was like you're interested like in a book, or like a grander mythos of like a you know, a series, and you start wiki diving, and instead of like just, I don't know, just doing plot summaries by line order, you start just reading. You just like, I click on this link, I read this aspect of the lore, like within that lore, I click on a random blue link and you just kind of start jumping around and going, oh, and as I'm going through, I'm connecting different things, and that always feels kind of cool to like connect those things in that manner. But this here was a game, so it felt more rewarding to do it, you know? So yeah, I think that works out for me. And finally, the last one, until I want to do any late massaging, is Infamous. Infamous's gameplay is really effing good. Like, super good, super tight. Its music is almost non-existent. Its color palette, at least on Evil, but I even think if we're on Evil, I'm pretty sure its color palette is brown, blue, like dull blue, gray, black, white. It's not pretty. And I think they do it because they want the colors of your powers to pop, but even then, not pretty. The plot line is whatever. Yeah, the visual effects are very cool. I think that's the reasoning. It wants to have very muted colors across the board. That way the effects pop, but I think you can still have the effects pop and be cool looking while still having a very, you know, color palette, interesting world. So it gets knocked in that part for me. I like it more than Slitterhead. Yeah. All games are great back. I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. I think it fits with Kazan in that the gameplay is very, very, very good. Very refined, but everything else just sure. Though I guess in that regard, do these other games deserve to be with... If that's my criteria for high end of S, is like you... Okay, all right, maybe. Oh, yeah. You excel in one thing incredibly well, and all other aspects of your game are kind of meh. to me. Do I feel these other games do that? Or they deserve to be elsewhere? And as it stands, is Death Stranding my game of the year? By the criteria I have set. It's hard. It really is. Rotten Flesh. I mean, Rotten Flesh was fine. It's a C tier for me. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to, like, apply an objective scope here, right? Of these games. What are the deficiencies? Which one is worth? It makes it worth less than the other ones. Which one makes it garbage? And like the deficiencies are, look outside. I don't like the main character is standard RPG, like no name cipher that you kind of just put whatever. So like, I think it makes the plotline suffer. Even the plotline in the game isn't bad, but it comes from meeting quirky characters. Much like Earthbound in that way. But I guess I, as a person, while I do enjoy that, have grown up and prefer things to be more like Expedition 33, where you have a full cast of characters who have their hopes and dreams, their desires, with gameplay that is extremely addictive across the board. Oh, okay. I'm probably gonna do Infamous 2 on my own, probably just to be completely honest with you. He's afraid of clowns. Is always that going for him, yeah. So I think Look Outside suffers in that regard. It's perfect for me another way, but like I wish it had more defined characters. Expedition 33 has got all that and defined characters, but I really felt like the pacing of the third act suffers a lot, and I that's like a me thing, because I'm sure there's plenty of people who probably enjoyed going to the third act boss fight, beating the game and just walking away forever, or doing everything and overpowering it. I wish there was some structure there. There was no structure, and I think that feels to me like they ran out of time or money or whatever, and it's unfortunate. So I think that's like honestly my only downside to Expedition 33, honestly. Silksong doesn't have such deficiencies for me. It's peak across the board. Even going through Biowater so many times, that was whatever. I got a little salty, but I get salty things all the time, so. And its deficiency is that I think its music was, well, its visual presentation was absolute peak. Its music was fine. In Death Stranding, I really can't think of anything. I wish that game didn't do this, or I wish it was this, or I wish it didn't do this, or the characters aren't deep. I mean, I suppose, but like they still feel more realized than, like, for example, Look Outside's characters. But yeah. Like, the ending was so fun. Like Like when the moment you throw the first, like, you know, or you tell like the DHV Magellan to do its first like airstrike, the entire sequence towards the end is absolute like bonkers, insane, awesome. It comes to a very satisfying emotional end that works on all levels. Though I kind of wish it didn't. The emotion wasn't quite as heart-wrenching as, for example, the first game. Though, again, it's hard to, because the first game was more mysterious. And so... And I don't want to say the heart-wrenching aspect of Death Stranding 2 was a rug pull. I wish they had lampshaded, or not lampshaded, like, signaled what they did a little more. It was still effective for the most part, I feel. Yeah, no. You know, but what game like defined my Okay, here's another question. What game for me defined this year and how I view games? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Tetris. I think it's understated, or I've understated just how much I enjoyed. I say it's a game that has such shitty boss fights for the most part. I wish every combat game had the same philosophy as Ninja Gaiden 2. Ninja Gaiden 2. God, I wish they did. Is it? But it has so many deficiencies, though. So many deficiencies, though. No, it couldn't be. But no, like, what defined this year for me in terms of gaming? There was a newfound love of character action games I've been trying to explore that began with God Hand last year. And I tried to find a little bit with Onimusha, but like Ninja Gaiden Black or Ninja Gaiden 2 is just something else entirely. Like, is it? I don't know, chat. I'm sorry. God Hand every year. You did 528 hours of Binding of Isaac Repentance this year, so your principal, that's your game of the year. God Hand is so fucking good. I was like, did I play God Hand this year? If God Hand was this year, honestly, God Hand. All right. If we're talking about how Ninja Gaiden 2 rewired my brain, how I enjoy games, God Hand got there first. So maybe not. Maybe not. All right. Death Stranding for Neil aura farming alone. All right. For the hardest total Metal Gear cop-out, copy scene possible, imaginable, that he fucking even said, I wasn't trying to do. Fuck. Yes, you were. Fuck you, Kojima. Fuck you. No. When I think about this year in gaming, when you learn what Neil did, for her, that to me is like the moment I'm like, when Death Stranding for me just, oh my God, just reached into my fucking soul. That's the moment. There's moments in Silksong that were close, moments in Expedition 33 that got even closer. But I think that's the one. That's the one. That's the moment that got me so... Okay, that regard then. Catch up. Oh, no! catch up. No, or keep. No, sorry. See, like, what do we say? Keep up. Keep up. He says keep up. Keep up. Ugh. No. There. Done. We did it. We did it. I can't. I really can't. I cannot choose. I love all these four very, very deeply. And Blueprints... and Blueprints was so next level that I don't think it deserves to be here with these ones, honestly. But it wasn't... Blueprints wasn't quite there for me in terms of polish. Yeah, and polish and like... I feel like it wasn't quite there. I know I haven't beat it all the way. But I didn't think... It did not deserve to be at the top of A tier. It needed its own tier. Games of... Yeah, Games of the Year. Yeah. I'm so sorry. It's a cop-out, I know. It's a cop-out, I know. I can't... I really can't choose. Year of the games. This was a great year in gaming. Now, how you do this? Well, it's my list, damn it. I think, yes. All right, if we are going like a tiered system, I think... That's probably more accurate, honestly. Expedition 33 will probably stick with me way longer than Silksong will. Stream again with only text? We did sections of... I mean, I played Pathfinder. Yeah. It depends on how much text and how long it goes for. Because eventually, I'm just gonna give out. Yes. This feels valid for me. I wish I had a more out-of-pocket pick here, but like I feel maybe it's because I feel so basic bitch having these three here, but they were really that good. They were really that fucking good. In terms of my personal interest in games, they were that good. I think my dark horse is Look Outside, but... Yeah, no. If anything, I gave Visage too much credit. No, it's a D. Was this even on your Steamer one? You have game of the 2 months, yeah. So here you go. Here it is, chat. Here it is, OBG's tier of the year, where the real winner goes to Triple S because I can't choose a winner here. So this is the most... I don't know what the fuck I'm saying now. Yeah, no, I feel happy with this. I feel happy with this. Like, these four are so close. And I haven't even beaten this one yet. But these four are so close that, like... I feel like if it wasn't for, like, Neil... I'd probably be Expedition 33 over Death Stranding for me, honestly. But Neil is such a good character in Death Stranding. He really is. He plucks at my heartstrings. He's got those eyeballs that just swell up with tears and make me feel emotions. He was the boy who waited. But really, like, everything with this here, like, not that anything down here is bad. Like, obviously, I think had to be more objective about them. But, like, man, everything that's, like, up here and above, like, man, this stuff was, like, this was top shelf shit across the board. Now, time to drop the bomb. You boinked Miss Piggy and make the biggest deal with the Midas game. We don't know if what's that game even going to be called is going to be bad. It could be really good. Maybe. And I didn't imply I fucked Miss Piggy. Miss Piggy implied she fucked me. But yeah, I still need to finish Pacific Drive. Still need to finish that one. Still need to finish Look Outside. Still need to finish Outer Worlds 2 on my own. I might, after I finish, all right, you know what? If I finish Look Outside, then I can come back next year and say, hey, I finished the game now. You know. Yeah, we do have DLC for Pacific Drive as well. Oh man, there's so much. So much. But no, I feel good about this. Honest, yes, VR for Subnautica, yeah. I think that my biggest surprises are just how much I loved and also was let down by Hell Is Us. Templar, thank you for making the unwise decision to throw them all overboard. Dragoon 2110, see? Or 210. The Worsty, D Pigman, Misfire Dragon, and Magistrix. All aboard, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I did do Alex and didn't get motion sickness, so I should probably be fine with Subnautica. Hopefully. Maybe. But yeah, no. Hell Is Us, man, I liked it a lot, but wow. There are certain aspects of it definitely didn't work for me. And in the moment how I realized I didn't really like Still Wakes the Deep, even though I can fully recognize this game is actually really fucking good. It just wasn't for me. It sucks because I'm pretty sure like it's good. It really is good, but it just didn't work for me. Oh yeah, what's our top Patreon pick? That would go to, yes, I think Unpacking, right? I think that was Unpacking. Yeah. Unpacking and Cheese Like Being Cozy. And the lowest pick was Corpse Killer from, I believe that was Taco Bowl. But I think Corpse Killer was more of a joke pick, but I didn't really hate it. It's just, I think this is a game where it got buoyed by the fact that, like, it's not good, but I like its cheesiness, so it remains in C territory. It feels like a lot of, like, the Patreon picks kind of exist in the same kind of space here, more or less. Like we've got like Fretless, Unsighted, these ones down here. Yeah. Unpacking cheats by being good. Oh, that is true. Yote was a Patreon pick. That's very true. That is true. Yote was a Patreon pick. Definitely enjoyed Yote a lot. But as mentioned, it being a revenge story that wasn't basically top tier held it back for me. When it comes to gaming, if you're a revenge story, you got to be like, you have to be Last of Us 2 territory in terms of like production, emotion, everything, in order for a revenge story to click for me. Otherwise, it's a revenge story. They're gonna end one of two ways, essentially. So that you can see where they were going with that plotline a mile away, and that's fine. But I'm like, all right. Everything else that game was incredible. And also, all right. Again, what was our Ben Star counter towards the end here? Was it he was Expedition 33? He was in Dispatch, right? He was Dice Dog in this. Yeah, he was the marketing for Balatro, Dead Take, and Kazan. 5 games. That's hilarious. I love it. That said, though, I'm pretty sure Troy Baker and like Laura Bailey is a bunch of these too. Actually, it's Ben Stars all the way down. 1 Kiefer Sutherland. Oh, actually, there's Troy Baker in there. Oh, Ben Starr also in Hades too. Fuck, 6. He did a roleplay show for Altars. That's funny. So 6. He's also in Hades, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm happy how this all metered out there. And I look forward to doing it again next year, actually. This was fun, actually. This was really cool. I had thought that maybe we'd have time to do some more look outside after this, but obviously we don't have really time for that. And plus, I'm kind of tired. I've been a bit sick, so I want to get some good sleep. Only took 6 hours, yeah. I mean, we gave it all. We gave it all its fair due here, so yeah. I think we can do more Graveyard Keeper. Yeah, that would not make me too bad. I think we basically got to the point where it turns into a very different game. So that's why I feel like I didn't want to rate it, because I'm I feel like I didn't get the full scope of it quite yet. But yeah, no, this was good. Look forward to moving forward in the new year. As I said, things that interest me is obviously finishing up Look Outside, finishing up Infamous. I want to just basically jump into Infamous 2 immediately, so you don't need to Patreon that one. I just want to do that. I'm probably just gonna try and just get those done, so I need more of those ones. I want to check out Lost Odyssey. I want to check out I want to do the God of War games, actually, the first 3. How deep I get the blueprints? We saw the credits. And not only do we see the credits, we saw the area beneath the, underneath 46 before the credits. So I got an idea of what the larger scope of what you're supposed to do in the game is. But we kind of get there. We did maybe 1 or 2 runs where we kind of saw the newer rooms when you kind of get that credits. And then we moved on to something else because it was a lot at that point. I wanted to do other things, and I was playing only that. Yep. Ooh, what we get in the hype chest here? I got a Chili Girl emote. Nice. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Yeah, no. Finish Pacific Drive and probably check out the DLC for it. I know coming in the near future. Where's my wish list here for Steam? We have some pretty big heavy hitters coming in relatively soon, new game wise. Wish list. I try putting them in order when they come out, actually. We got Code Vein coming out, 129, Neo 3, 205. Oh, Jesus Christ. Requiem, 227. I am interested in Crimson Desert, 319. Pragmata, 424. God, those are all pretty quick, aren't they? Holy shit. And then from there, we have no idea when Tides of Annihilation comes out, or Expanse, or Onimusha. Other ones. Phantom Zero, I'm interested in. I think that's the bigger releases I was looking at that are coming out pretty soon. Yeah. So yeah, those ones. So many things. But anyway, yeah. I guess we're just gonna end this and get the hell out of here, everybody. I guess before we do, though, real quick, the schedule, so you know what's happening for the rest of the week. It's New Year's Eve, chat. You know what that means? New Year's Evil. We're gonna do at least attempt to do anyway, a single-sitting playthrough of a Resident Evil game, one I haven't played before, Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. This is a on-rails Wii shooter that overall looks kind of cool, actually. I looking forward to it. I got the game all set up. Looking forward to it. Oh, sorry, over here on this. And that's going on tomorrow. Don't forget, we're going to be doing the Xbox box giveaway, and it's going to be fun. The Xbox box giveaway will not include an Xbox, just an Xbox box, just so you know. And then on Thursday, we're going to continue our playthrough of Infamous, probably finish it off, and then jump directly into Infamous 2. So, there you go. Yep. Okay. Oh, I think the reason why there's been chatter about Lost Odyssey recently, Josh, is because during kind of like the post, we won the Game of the Year tour, the main devs or main dev of Xbox 33 said that a lot of inspiration for Xbox 33 came from Lost Odyssey. So it's a game I've been interested in playing for a while, and when he said that, I'm like, oh, all right, cool. Sure, I'll give it a shot. Looks like it's not too long, so we can jump into that one. I've been in mood to try and play some more older things. Oh yeah, shit. I want to do the other Devil May Cry games, not 2, or maybe 2 as a kind of morbid curiosity thing. The Bayonettas as well. I do know that. Well, I do know. I have a Switch 2, so maybe we'll finally get to Metroid Prime 3, then 4. I don't know if I'm interested in playing Banana, but I have a friend I can borrow that from. And, yeah, no. A lot of stuff. Check out. Yeah. That's all I got. I'm kind of tired, so you couldn't tell. Anyway, I'm going to go. As always, everybody, if you are new to the chat, broadcast, hi. This broadcast called Overboard Gaming. My name is Brawley. Banana. It does. It seems really cool. As someone who loves Red Faction and loves blowing shit up, it looks like it's the same thing. And I've heard people say that despite the fact you can blow up the entirety of a map, it doesn't ruin the game, which to me is wild. So that's some crazy cool design. So I'm looking forward to seeing that possibly. Yeah, but anyway, for the broadcast, follow the channel, sub to the broadcast. You know, you can gift yourself or give someone else a sub so you can enjoy ad-free viewing if you don't have ad-free viewing from Turbo or some such. Follow the socials, follow on Blue Sky, follow on Twitter, join the Discord, which is linked right here somewhere. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all those places. My tip jar. Money for the broadcast. I buy games. The games cost money. Money from you to me buys games for the stream and equipment for the stream. So thanks. And Patreon. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'm head out. And I want you all to have a great evening. And hopefully, if I don't see you tomorrow for New Year's Evil, have a great New Year's. And hopefully, whatever bullshit you decide you're going to try and do, you actually stick to it. I know I won't. But anyway, as we head out, a quick shout out and thank you to all of our current Patreon. Thank you all so much for doing your part to support the broadcast. Thank you to everybody, our mods, our followers, recorders, lurkers. Thank you for the hype trains earlier. Thank you for the bits. I think you gave me some bits earlier, Josh. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And thank you all. You could be anywhere, but you chose to be here. You're all awesome. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Remember, I guess more so later today. Remember to always be yourself, unless you suck. Good night. Peace.